Hey there, welcome to the best resource online to learn and master React by building multiple projects. An in-depth React course that starts right from the basics and increase its level topic by topic, project by project. It's an in-depth course that follows project building approach. We start with to-do list manager, understand about basic fundamental concept of React and implement on it. Then we move forward, play with API and try to work on a full-fledged movie information website. The app is going to have multiple pages. We start working with React router, understand more about APIs, understand more about Tailwind CSS to implement our designing. Moving forward, we start working on our major project, which is a full-fledged e-commerce application. As usual, we are going to understand the core React topic, but also we are going to integrate different tools and libraries about React. We work with React router, work with Tailwind CSS, talk more about context API. Not only this, we work with external libraries like Toastify, and we create our own fake backend to display multiple products, work with login, work with authentication, and have a proper dashboard and order history. This is going to be a massive project that can be included in your resume and portfolio easily. Not only this, moving forward, we work with Firebase to design our blog. We work with simple projects such as word counter, understand more about Redux and context API to design a shopping cart, and lot more stuff. It's a full-fledged React course that starts from the basics, as said, and learn things by building multiple projects. Not only this, we deploy each of our projects online so you can show live demo to all the potential recruiters as well as your freelance client by adding them on your resume or your portfolio. The aim of this course is to push you to be among the top 10% of fresh React developers. We not just talk about the core React concept but also explore everything around it. We talk about custom hooks, work with multiple APIs, talk about context API. Not only this, we talk about Redux, understand about Tailwind CSS, work with Firebase, work with testing. Not only this, we create our own fake backend with JSON server and also work with authentication. Not only this, there are a lot of external libraries that we work throughout the course. Okay, that's great, but why you should learn React right now? Well, this is the best time to learn React. Every major big company is invested in React. Not only this, every early stage or funded startup is in or moving towards React somehow. Talk about Meta, Uber, Walmart, Airbnb or any other company you name it, chances are they are invested in React with their production application. So this is the best time to be in the React ecosystem. Now you might be thinking, why this course? There are multiple courses online, why I should start with you? Well, one thing I can assure you, by the end of this course, you will have solid React knowledge. Not only this, you will have full potential to build, test and deploy your own web application online. Not only this, you will have multiple projects to demonstrate in your resume as well as in your portfolio. So you will be ready for every different challenge that you are going to face after completing the course. Once you enroll in this course, you get access to 200 high quality video lectures, access to over 35 hours of content, access to all the reading links, all the code sources that we used during the lecture as well as for our project. Not only this, you get access to all the assignment, quizzes, exercise that we have throughout the journey. As prerequisite, I strongly recommend you to have knowledge about HTML, CSS and JavaScript. These are must. Since React is built on top of JavaScript, I strongly recommend to have the knowledge of JavaScript as well as the other two. Don't forget to check out the course description page as well as curriculum for more information. That's all about the course, but who am I? Shubham this side, and I have been writing code for a while. Work with several startups, multiple freelancing projects and build several best-selling programming courses. With over 50,000 students online, few thousand feedback, I have been doing this for a while, so you can trust on me. Ready to start your React journey from basics to advanced with projects? Enroll into this course now and I'm really excited to see you inside. Hey guys, welcome to the course and I'm really excited to have you on board. You have made a wise choice and I'm glad you took your first step to unlock a new skill. All the best, stay consistent throughout the course and if you have any doubt, feel free to use question answer section and I will be there for you. Now one small thing that I really wanted to talk about. Udemy might ask you for a review at very early stage, maybe after first few lectures only. Don't forget to leave a review. You can check lectures, curriculum, resources, announcement and lot more. I am always there for you for question answers, for advice, for messages or any other problem. Reviews are really important. They keep me motivated to update this course regularly, send regular announcements about the community, keep adding more lectures on new topic, and most importantly, to reply all the questions as fast as possible. Sometimes in couple of minutes, sometimes in less than few hours. Moving forward, I want to talk about the video player. So there are few settings that are quite important with the video player that will help you to have a better viewing experience throughout the course. So there are few settings like playback speed, video resolution, audio setting, then we have screen size and also about saving notes. If you think I am talking too fast or I am talking too slow, what you can utilize is this playback button and then change the speed of this lecture. This is pretty important for students who want to change the speed of this lecture. The next and the most important setting is video resolution. So all you have to do is just click on the setting button and then you have options to select different video resolution. By default, the resolution is set by Udemy according to your country as well as internet speed. So I strongly recommend to check video resolution whenever you are watching the lecture. It is recommended to select the highest quality possible. The next thing is audio setting. So maybe you want to increase or decrease the volume, make sure to utilize this button. Now there are chances that even after changing your setting, you are facing issue with audio as well as video quality. So one quick solution that I recommend is change your browser. Sometimes because of the browser there are issues with server regarding audio as well as video quality. Even after changing the browser, if you are still facing the issue, I strongly recommend to contact Udemy support. They will troubleshoot and will help you with this issue. The next setting that I want to talk about is this notes option. So throughout the course there will be several concepts as well as lectures where you want to add a bookmark or a note. So this option is going to help you a lot. Also later on you can access all your bookmark as well as notes in this note tab, which is going to help you a lot at one single position. The next common setting is the screen size. So maybe you want to increase the size of your current player. All you have to do is just utilize these two buttons and you are good to go. That's all about the player. Now without wasting any time, let us get started with our first lecture. Stay consistent, whole course is now yours. Thank you for following and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back, Shubham this side and welcome to the journey of React. Before moving forward towards the installation part, working with all the core concept, working with projects, let us talk about resources. Because there are going to be many documentation that we touch, there are multiple topics that we are going to figure out, there are multiple tools that we are going to use, code files and lot of other stuff. So I have created a proper centralized storage, or I should say a sheet where I have kept everything. So it's easy for you to access code files, project demos, anything that you need regarding the course. I have put them at one place. All you have to do is just jump onto our resource directory. You can visit unwiredlearning.com/resource/react and this will give you access to the entire resource section. Now here on the resource part, we have our documentation. You will see all type of other links that we talk about during the course. You will see all the extension, any type of setting that we do, or the code file about the course, project demos, everything. So you don't have to worry much, everything I have kept at one place. Now remember, Initially we are going to move slow with the course because we are going to install lot of things. We are going to do lot of setup according to our system and according to the project. So initially for the first few lectures you will see our growth is slow, but then as we pick up the pace we will understand about concept projects and move forward at a decent pace. Remember, initially there are a lot of installation and setup because this is going to be a big course. So make sure you are ready for this. The first thing is done, talking about the resource part where you can access it. The next thing about our code files. So I have kept every lecture files. So that means maybe you are working with any type of lecture where I am talking about some concept and you want the code file. How to access that? Well, you can access it here. If you jump onto the resource, you will see I have lecture code files. You can directly jump here and each code file holds some type of number. So with lecture name, I have introduced some type of number. So for example, we are talking about something related to JSX or something related to React Basic. You are going to see a number. Now this number is not the lecture number but the number in your title. So for example, this 005 is going to hold the entire code file for that particular lecture. Or maybe later on we are going to talk about something related to Tailwind CSS or React Router or Firebase. You will see folder number or folder code in the lecture title itself. For example, we are working on a lecture titled as React Router Setup 054. So that means this is the file that you need to access to get the code part for that particular lecture. So that's how you are going to access the lecture code. I've also kept the project demos and project code separately. So maybe you want to work with the task made demo. All you have to do is jump here and you can access the demo here. Maybe you want to access the Cinemate demo. So all you have to do is jump here, access the demo, and it will be quite easy for you. Everything is at one place. Maybe any other demo, you have it here. Maybe you want to talk about assignment, I have kept it here. Maybe you want to talk about any other guide that we are going to deal with. Yep, I have kept it here. For example, during the deployment process, things are going to be different. I have kept everything step by step so you can get here, access every information. Maybe you are not able to understand this right now, but during the deployment lecture, this guide will be helpful. Maybe anything else, maybe during the testing lecture, this is going to be the file that you are going to need. I have kept other resources regarding the testing everything at one place. So you don't have to worry much. Even the common doubts that you are going to get, common errors, I have kept everything according to the topic at one place. So I hope you got the idea why this resource is important, where to get your lecture code, your project code and project demo. So that's all about how to access everything. Now one important point is how to download this code. Well, there is one quick step. You can just directly jump here. Either you can clone it on your local system if you understand about Git and GitHub, or you can just download the zip for everything. So you will have access to all the code file in one place. That's the easiest step. You can do that. The other step is you can click on dot on your keyboard, or you can just change your github.com to github.dev. This particular link will be changed. If you press enter, this is going to open everything online in a VS Code environment. So let me select the theme, save everything. So yeah, maybe I want to access information about 005 title. I can access it here. I can access all the files. You can see here. Maybe I want to access anything else. It's online editor, so I can change the setting, I can change the font size, everything according to my own requirement. So let me maybe open anything else, maybe 054, open this, any type of file that I want to access, I get access here. So this is an important thing that you can use. Just change github.com to github.dev. The other thing is you can also go with github1s.com. So it's a open source project that help you to convert everything into a proper online editor. So you can see now I can access this. Suppose I want to access the file 5th, I can get here, I have everything. So I hope you got the idea how to access your code. Either you can download it locally on your system, or you can just go with .dev or 1s solution that will give you access online. Similarly, you can access code for your project. Maybe you want to access the code for your codebook project. You can jump here. You have access to everything here. You just need to access according to your own requirement, either directly or you can download it, or the best thing, you can just click on dot, or maybe go with github.dev. And it is going to open the entire project code with an online editor. Awesome. That's all about the resource part. That's all about the code access part, code download part. Now I want to give you quick advice about the course. The first thing is pretty simple. Make sure you watch all lectures on full screen, high quality. If you have 180p available, make sure to watch all the lectures with 180p. The second thing, during the entire course, you are going to face lot of errors with all the projects, maybe with concept. Make sure you search on Google. Remember, this is going to be a big course. Chances are you get some doubt about a topic. Chances are you want to read something more. I strongly recommend to search on Google. Google not only help you to learn things, but it create an habit how to be independent. Once you get into a company, once you start working as an intern, as a freelancer, no one is going to help you. You cannot take support from anyone. You need to be independent. And that's where this habit comes into picture. With all my courses, I try to build this habit among students. Just understand, being independent as a developer is priceless. You will learn things from course, you will build projects through course, but once you understand how to solve any type of error, how to extend your knowledge through reading online, or how to search about the exact error, find that exact solution, it's irreplaceable. Your other competitive student can learn things, maybe they can develop the project, but this habit will bring you in top 1%. Remember this. So make sure if you get an error, search about it. Maybe you want to read something, search about it. Maybe you want more examples about that particular topic, search about this on Google. This habit will be a game changer for you. The next thing, make sure you don't rot all the concept or any type of syntax. Just practice, you will automatically remember everything, you will understand things, so don't try to rot or memorize things. Just practice, and if you just want to read anything again, or if you want to check the syntax again, search on Google or check out the course again, but don't try to rot them. Don't try to memorize line by line. Just search, things are available online, things are available in the course, or just access the code file. Don't try to memorize them. The other thing, you can also maintain your regular progress on social media. What you can do is you can post things online on Twitter, or maybe LinkedIn, or maybe Instagram, wherever you are comfortable. So you can follow something like day 1 you have learned this or practiced this, day 2 you have done this, or maybe whenever you do a project, try to post it online with your screenshot or live demo. So it's easy for me as well as other student as well as your peer to see your progress. Maybe you completed a project, make sure just post about the project, give a brief introduction about the project, your live demo, some screenshot, tag me, and this will help you to showcase your project to the world. For projects, I recommend LinkedIn, and for regular progress, I recommend Twitter. That's all. I'm super excited about the course. Make sure you access the resource, everything will be there. And now let us start our journey with all the installation, setup, and then concept and project. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, Shobham this side, and welcome to the React journey. Now before diving deep with the concept, assignment, all the fun projects, we need to answer 3 common questions about React. What is React? Why you should learn React? And what are the prerequisites that you should be aware of? Or I should say the topic that you should be familiar with. Let's start with the first one. What is React? Well, it's a JavaScript library. Remember, it's not a framework, it's a library. Now, you will see the comparison of React with either Angular or Vue. Both of them are framework, Then why we talk about React everywhere? Well, React is a library, but we can install different pieces and then it behave as a framework. So there are several concepts that we will explore with the help of different packages. Like for router, we are going to utilize React Router DOM, or for state management, we are going to utilize Redux. So there are certain bit and pieces that you require as a framework. So it's a library, but we can install different other packages and together it work as a framework. The other important thing is React is developed and maintained by Facebook. Now it's important to know this because now you are assured that there is going to be some growth in future as well. There will be new features, there will be bug fixes, so it's going to grow in future as well. Now these were some basic information. Let's talk about something important, which is components. Don't worry, we are not going to dive deep into technical and coding stuff right now, but we just need to understand that entire website, whenever we are working with React project, everything is divided into components. So we have our website, we will divide everything into small parts, and that small part is component. Why we divide them? Well, it is going to help us a lot. We don't need to re-render things, and if things are divided into small chunks, we can reuse them. Let me give you a quick idea. Suppose I am on this website. It's a simple e-commerce website which have multiple information. Now here, what are the component basically? You can see this header can be a component, which is our navigation bar, something that we can reuse or which can be broken into small pieces. So if I talk about this whole page, this header is going to be my first component. Now later on I can treat this as a section of hero section, which is my second component. This can be another component. I can divide them into small pieces. This card can be a component. So everything can be divided into small pieces. Before that, let me talk about fairly simple thing. My header, that is my navigation bar, is a component, and my footer is a component. Okay, great. Let's talk about these two only. Now if I jump onto any other page, I am going to reuse them. What I mean by this, if I go on to maybe login page, let's say login, here I still have this header, I have this footer as well. So that means I don't need to rewrite these code. These are already there. I am going to reuse them. It's a component. Maybe I want to go on to registration page. It's a component. Or maybe I just want to check all the ebooks. Here we have the same header and the same footer. So basically we are not re-rendering this. All of this is reusable. We are not writing this particular piece of code again and again. We create a small component for header. We create a component for footer. And then on all the pages, if we need to use them, we can just add that particular component. I hope you got the idea. If you come from a HTML and CSS and JavaScript background, if you have multiple pages, you basically need to write them again and again. But with React, we have divided things into component and we can reuse them anytime. Okay, that's great. I hope you got the idea. Basically, component is small part of code that we can reuse anytime without writing it again and again. The other important thing that you are going to hear is single page application. Yes, this entire website is designed on React and it's a single page application. That means there is only one file, index.html, that we are going to load. That's it. What I mean by this, if I go on to this products page, isn't this a page? If I go on to this login page, this is also a page, right? Well, behind the scene, all of this is rendered by React on that same page itself. Okay, this is getting confusing. What is this single page? When I say single page application, I mean that behind the scene there is only index. Rest everything is loaded in the form of component. We are not loading any new page. When you work with any other thing, like maybe with HTML, CSS and JavaScript, you basically render a new page every time. So you have an index page, you have a product page, you reload them. But here in the case of React, we don't reload them. Let me give you a quick example. Let me right click here, click on the inspect part. So we have this header, we have this footer, and if I go on to this ebook section, you can see this is the part which got highlighted. That means we just rendered this main section. The header was already rendered, the footer was already rendered. Okay, let me try to go on to the login page. Make sure to have a view here. Login. This section got the blink. That means header was as it is, footer was as it is. Let me try to do certain stuff. What I can do is get here inside the code and let me try to write something like test. Okay, great. Now if I go to different page, let's say, let me go to home, you can see it's still test. I visited a different page, still this is the same, that is test, because we are not re-rendering everything. We are just rendering the component that is new to that particular page. Okay, I hope you got the idea. So the conclusion is React is a single page application which has the ability to render different components, add them and remove them on the go as per our requirement. We don't need to reload or send new page request. We have these components, and if there is any change, we can just render that particular component and rest everything is going to remain same. Now if I just entirely refresh the application, you can see now I have my codebook back. That's great. I hope you got the idea what is React. Even if you don't know about this, you can build the application, but this was important for interview purpose. Let's talk about our second important question. Why React? Well, I usually give the reason as structured. It's properly structured and we have lot of flexibility to make our own structure. So that means there is some basic structure by default with React. There is some naming convention, but with the rest of the other stuff, we have the flexibility to change ourselves. We have the flexibility to follow stuff according to our company. So this is an important feature that I think helped many companies as well as freelancers. We want to follow certain stuff, that's great. We have our own flexibility, that's also great. So it maintains the entire community. The second thing is reusability. You can see everything is divided into component. So when things are divided into component, we don't have to write things again and again. For example, I just wrote the code for card once, and now I can just replicate this again and again with different information. React behind the scene just change the information. We call them as properties. We are going to talk about this once we get into the coding part, but these are properties for this card. So I have 3-4 properties, like I have property for my image, title, description, star rating and price. I designed the card once and I gave these 5 properties to each card. That's it. And everything is done in loop, so I don't have to write again and again. See, I have used this card 15 times here, but I don't need to code them. I created a component as card and that's it, I am reusing it. So I need to focus on less coding but more on reusability, which is great. The other thing is React also spend good time in market. There are multiple companies using it. So the community built around React is pretty massive. Even if you get into Stack Overflow for any type of doubt, you see support from community. There are enough blogs, there are enough common doubts that you are going to see in future. So if you have any doubt, you try to Google it, you will see multiple type of response from people. Why? Because it's been long there, these type of common things happened before and the support is beyond any other framework. The last point that I usually talk about is performance. Now if you see things are not re-rendering again and again, performance automatically improve. For example, if I go onto the home page, you can see it instantly load. I know there are certain backend stuff that takes time. For example, this image part, because it is rendering from a server. But if I talk about this whole structure, it loads instantly. If I go onto the login, you can see register. These stuff load quickly And this performance is important when you work on a large scale application. That's great. That's all the important reason that I hold that why you should learn React. Now let's talk about the third one. What should you know? Like the prerequisite with React. So I highly recommend that you should have knowledge about HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Yep, all three. HTML, CSS, why? Because at the end of the day, we are going to use HTML to structure stuff, CSS to design stuff. You should have good knowledge about all the tags. You should have good knowledge about flexbox. You should have knowledge about the basic stuff like margin, padding, everything we are going to use. So I strongly recommend before diving deep with React, have knowledge about them. If I talk about JavaScript part, I think you should first do any type of JavaScript practice. We are talking about loops, function, DOM, then with all the higher order array methods like for each, map, filter, reduce. You should also have information about arrow function. We are also going to work with APIs, so you should have information about async, await, work with fetch API, have information about import, export modules. So, yep, you should have information about JavaScript as well. So that means before diving deep with React, I strongly recommend first learn about HTML and CSS, also go dive with JavaScript and then get into React. Please try to learn from maybe YouTube, maybe any other course, maybe my course as well. I have courses on all these topics, but first learn about HTML, CSS, have practice on JavaScript and then work with React. Ultimately, we are trying to treat React as a framework which is above JavaScript. So you should have information about them. That's all. I know I took a bit longer than usual, but it was important. Now in the next lecture, let us try to set up our environment. Thank you for following and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us talk about our environment setup. Now do we need to install certain software? Yes. The first thing we need to do is we need to install Node. It's important because ultimately we need to install the packages, we need to install everything around Node itself. So the first thing is install the LTS version, which is long-term support version. You don't need to understand what Node is, but you need this behind the scene. So just install the LTS version, avoid current version or the most latest one. This is tested with React and with other packages as well. Just install this on your system, follow all the common processes that is required. That's it. Once that is done, you also need to install the code editor. It can be anyone, but I strongly recommend the Visual Studio Code. It's pretty popular right now and the development is great. You get tons of extension to make your task or regular coding easy. So I strongly recommend to install the VS Code. Once that is done, create a folder on your desktop. What I mean by that is on your desktop, create a folder called as practice. So whatever the project that we are going to create will be inside this particular folder itself. So we don't have to search here and there, everything will be at a single place. So just create this folder which is practice. That's it. That's the basic setup. Now let's talk about the other stuff. That is how we are going to check version and talk about VS Code setting. So get here, open your CMD in the same folder. So this is our command prompt. If you are working with Linux or Mac OS, then make sure you use terminal. And make sure when you open this one, it should be inside this particular folder, which is our practice folder. And if I do node and -v, press enter, you can see I'm using 16 version. That's it. Anything above 14 will be fine. Anything above 12 will be fine basically, but try to use 16 or greater than 16. Great, that's the first test. That means my node is active on my system. The other thing is, now let us open our VS Code. I have already installed it, so I just need to do code dot. That will open VS Code in this particular folder itself. So let me press enter. Great. So this is the VS Code which is currently inside my practice folder. Let me zoom in a bit. Yeah, that's great. Let me close this get started, and I'm currently inside my practice folder. Okay, this is done. So that means our node is installed, our VS Code is installed, and we have created a folder and we are inside that. Let's talk about some extensions. What should you install? So the first one I recommend is auto import. This basically help us to import stuff here and there, and we are going to import lot of things as we grow. The other thing I strongly recommend is this extension called as ES7 React Redux React Native, something like this. So I strongly recommend to install this one. I guess by in future they might change the name to ES8 or something like that. So currently it is named as ES7 plus React, will be by this creator. Great. Make sure to install this one. I guess IntelliCode will be default with everyone. So these are the three common extensions that I recommend. The next thing I recommend is a theme, just to improve our experience. So theme and also the icon pack. So I strongly recommend to download the material icon pack. So if you search about this material icon, material icon theme, just install this will give you a bit flexibility with all the type of icon that you see. So we are going to work with JavaScript file, HTML file, CSS file, so we have better icons. That's great. And then you can just explore multiple themes. I'm currently using material theme icon. You can just get into your file, get into preference, and then color theme, and here you will have option to select the theme that you want to activate. I'm using this one. That's it. That's all about the theme and extension that I recommend. Now let's talk about some setting. So currently we don't have any file, no worries. Click on the setting icon and then get onto the setting part. Yep. Here you need to search one quick setting, which is emit and include language, something like this. And here you need to add JavaScript React. So if you observe, I have added this item as JavaScript and my value is JavaScript React. I think they have given this in example as well. This is important. Now why this is important? Well, we are going to work with React files that are going to save as .js itself. And then we are also going to work with JavaScript file which is going to save as .js itself. So we want certain React features with JS file, and this is where this helps. So make sure you do this change. One other small change that is recent with VS Code and only available with the latest version is sticky scroll. Sticky scroll, and make sure you activate it. I will talk about this later when we start writing code, but make sure you just enable this, and I will pinpoint it later when I start writing code. When the code base is big, this is going to help a lot. So that's all the setting for now, and we don't need anything else. So that's it. That's all you need for our basic setting. We need Node to compile our React application. We need editor to write code, and we need extensions to make ourselves efficient, and themes, icons to just improve the visibility. That's it. Thank you for following, and in the next lecture, let us start our journey with the basic boilerplate code. That's all for this one. I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us start our journey with the project development. So the first thing that you should remember is that we are going to work with documentation, and you are going to get confused because of multiple links. So there are currently two different documentation by official React, which is React.js.org, and the second one is beta.reactjs.org. So this is the newer version which is currently under development. You can see, I guess in next few months they will release this one, but focus on this one only because this is where new content will be, new information will be. So this is the official documentation. So maybe you want to read stuff, you can just get here, search about it, and this things will be fine. So that's great. Now let's talk about how to start our project. We have been discussing things, but how to actually start our project? Now there are multiple steps to do that. So with all these multiple steps, what React did is they created a package for this. So we call this package as create React app. So all we have to do is run this command npx create React app and then your project name, and that's it. They will structure a basic React app. Let's try to do that. Let me get here. Let me first clear my screen. Let me go with npx. Now remember, you are also going to see a command like npm. npx is basically executing something. npm will be managing something. So let's say npx create dash react dash app space, and here you need to give your project name. So if I need to create or have all my files inside this particular folder itself, then I need to use dot. That will give me all the files here, but I want to give a project name. So let's say taskmate. So if I give this particular project name, all the files will be inside this particular folder. You can give any other name. This is the name that I have. I can give a codebook or maybe some Codify. Any project name that you have in your mind, you can give it. So let's give taskmate itself. It's easy to remember for me. So if I press enter, now it is going to do a lot of stuff. Make sure you have internet connection. You can see these are the things that it is going to install. React, React DOM, then React script. So the thing is, if we do things individually, then we have to install tons of stuff one by one. So what React official Facebook did is they created this app. Now if you just open the GitHub repository for this, you can see it's by Facebook. It's create React app. They also created a documentation for this specific create React app itself. So here you will have all the information about create React app. This is great because you don't have to do every single thing yourself. I hope you got the idea. Okay, let me get here. I think it's still installing. It is going to take time, maybe 5 minutes or 7 minutes. I'm going to fast forward it. And that's done. So we have happy hacking. That means our installation is done. And one thing I want to demonstrate is, let me get into my folder, which is my practice folder. And here you can see I have a taskmate folder, which is basically my project. And here if you see, this is 216 MB. Okay, that's pretty big. If I open this one, here are pretty basic files. Now everything that we are going to do will be inside our taskmate. So one thing you can do is you can just shift your folder. You can see CD and then your project name. So what I can do is I can go with CD and then I will have my taskmate folder. So I should be inside my taskmate. If you don't want to do that, you can cross this, get here, open your command prompt inside this. That should work fine. So let me get here. I want to discuss something. So here after the installation, you can see certain stuff. You have npm start, npm run build, npm test, eject. What are these? Well, these are some basic commands. So when we are working on our project, we want to check the deployment server so we can run that project locally. That's where this npm start come into picture. We want to create a production ready app. So we convert our source code into a production code that we call with the help of npm run build. Then we are going to run test cases. So to start our test runner, we are going to use npm test. And then we have this eject, which is, I usually say disclaimer to this, don't use this because it is going to remove all the dependencies that we have and other stuff. So, and we cannot go back. So just avoid this for now. So these are the basic command and this is the basic whole structure. Okay, it's good time for us to jump onto our code editor. So what you can do right now is scroll down, just say code dot, and it is going to open our folder. Let me close this one. And that's it. That's all this stuff that we need to talk about. We have our node module, we have some public folder, we have source code, we have readme, gitignore, our package JSON, and there are multiple files. Everything is done with the help of this create React app. Now, if we don't have this package, we need to do every single step ourselves. We have multiple dependencies that we need to install one by one. Then we need to write a script for each individual one. So it's a time taking task. With the help of create React app, things get simplified. Now, since we only use this only one time, like at the start of the project, then we just build the project. But to initiate this project, we need that. And we are going to use this every time if we are creating any new project. It's like the foundation step. The other thing that I want to talk about is what if I want to run stuff online. Currently I have installed this offline. Everything is offline that I have installed. What if I want to run this online? Is there any solution? I don't have a system properly, or maybe I want to just have something online. So that's where this whole Stack Blitz come into picture. It's a great website that help us to run things online. So all you have to do is just search about Stack Blitz React, and they will have an option just to create your repository, and that's it. So they will have this whole setup ready. Now the great thing is they will give you the setup, and then you can run all your code, anything here on the website itself. I don't recommend this for beginners, to be honest. As a beginner, you should have information what you are trying to install, because at the end of the day when you are going to work with company, you will install things on your system, you will write code on your system, everything will be on your system. So I don't recommend to do this right now. Once you have knowledge, then you can use them for better purpose. So yep, this is a solution that runs online and it's great, but I don't recommend to beginners. You should know about this but not use this right now. And if you want to install any package, you can just enter stuff here and it is going to be added to our project. Stack Blitz, it's great when you want to use things online. So that's it. That's all the boilerplate stuff. Now let me get back here. Let me get back to the main thing that we are going to work, which is our project. There is certain stuff with our project that I will be talking about in separate lecture, each individual file. But for now, you need to see how to open a terminal here. Either you can call all your commands here inside your task made folder on your command prompt or PowerShell or terminal, whatever you are using. Or what you can do is you can utilize the VS Code terminal itself. You can use control backtick to open this terminal here itself, and then you will have option. Maybe you have git bash, PowerShell or anything else. You can use it here itself. So that's great. That's the first step that you should be informed. Now the other thing is, before ending this lecture, I want to see the result of this whole code. That means the default website that we get with Create React app. So all you have to do is open your terminal. That's great. And here you can say npm start. Now it's a script here. So if you get into your package.json, if you scroll down here, let me close this for a while, and here scroll down scripts, and you have a script as start, which basically call this React scripts start. So if I open my terminal, control backtick here, remember when you close this, it's basically minimize, it's close the panel. But when we delete this, it kill the terminal. So if I close and if I use control backtick, it's there, but it's minimized. Okay, if I go with npm start, it is going to start my server on localhost 3000 port. And if you see, so this is the default website that we get. Now this is going to stay running. So if I do any type of change, it will automatically show there. Let me try to do that. You don't need to understand code right now, so I'm just trying to show some changes. So let's say I have this edit src app.js, save to reload, and here let me write xyz. Let me save this one, get back here, and you can see xyz is here. So that means every time I do any type of change, it basically reload itself. And let me open my terminal. You can see the message is still here and we are running it behind the scene. If you want to stop it, you can use Ctrl C to stop it, and it's stopped now. And if I get back here, if I refresh, the server is gone. It's not going to load. So this happens. So we can just start it here, do all the development work. It is going to run behind the scene. When things are done, or maybe we want to restart it, we can use Ctrl C to trouble it and then restart if we want. So that's the basic stuff. My aim was to make you understand about create React app and all the other alternatives. That's all. Make sure you do that in this particular lecture itself. And let me undo the changes. Okay, awesome. So in the next lecture, we are going to discuss about the entire project structure and the science behind this. So thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now in this lecture, let us talk about our folder structure and what happened behind the scene. So the first thing is, there are multiple things that you are going to have here. You are going to have a node module, then your public folder, your source folder, and few other stuff. Let me try to expand it a bit. Let me zoom it. So here this node module is basically a place, a folder where all your dependencies will be. Now this is going to be the heaviest folder actually, because everything that we are going to install will be here. And we don't share this. We basically don't share this because we maintain what we are going to install. For example, we have information that we are going to install this React. So we share this package.json, which have information about the package as well as their version. Now, why we don't share this? It's maybe 200-300 MB. If you remember, this whole folder is approx 269 MB. So it doesn't make sense to share this folder. What we can share is, we have this package.json and we have the information what we have. So in one click, in one command line, if we are trying to share our whole project, they will be able to install everything. They don't need this 300 MB node module. So that's the important thing. Node module means basically all our dependencies will be stored here. Then you are going to have two folders, which is public and then source code. Public is basically everything that is visible to audience, to users, to anyone. So we currently have index file, we have our favicon, we have our logo basically here, and then we have our manifest.json. It is going to have information about name and then size of our icons, basically used during PWAs. And then we have our robots.txt. This is great. This is our public folder and we are not going to touch it right now. So we have our index.html here basically. So I'm going to talk about it later, but this is our public folder. Then we have our source folder. Everything that we are going to do with React will be inside this folder ultimately. So yep, we are going to touch it. We are going to work with index.js. We are going to work with app.js. We are going to create all the components inside it. We are going to write test cases, will be inside this. We are going to create pages, maybe work with any other package. Everything will be inside our src source folder. Okay, that's great. Then we have our getignore file. Maybe we are going to ship this project on GitHub. Then it's important to ignore certain files like node module. So if you open this, you will see some default dependencies, which is that, okay, node module is not going to be pushed. We are also not going to push the build version and all the other stuff. And then we have our package.json. This is something important. So this package.json basically have all the information about our project and its dependencies. We have our project name, the version, we have all the dependencies, we have the scripts. So maybe if I'm saying npm start, behind the scene, this is the call. This script is executed. Maybe we want to run multiple commands. Yep, we can do that. We can add multiple commands. But if I say npm start, all the commands will be executed together. We are going to do that, don't worry. And then all the other information about our development. So this is an important folder, and because of this folder we can share our project and we can restart everything. I'm going to give you a quick demonstration. Let's say I have just this information and I don't have this node module. If I delete this node module, all I have to do is just do npm install and it will install all the packages again. That means if you are sharing your project, you don't need node module. You can share all the other files and then they can download the other files which will be less than 1 MB, and then they can just do npm install and all the packages and your node module will be there automatically. So that's great. That's the whole basic stuff. Now let's talk important stuff actually. So what happened with this public and source code? So if I run my server, I guess it's already running on my localhost 3000. And if you're using Wi-Fi, firstly, this localhost can be accessed through any browser on your system. You can use Brave browser or you can use Chrome. You can use any other browser, it will work. I strongly recommend either to use Chrome or Brave. Nothing else. It's headache to maintain stuff on multiple browser right now. As a beginner, once you have an experience, once you have information, it will be easy. But as a beginner, either start with Chrome or Brave. The other thing is if you are using the same Wi-Fi on your cell phone, on other system as well, what you can do is you can access your whole web app, this web app on your cell phone itself. All you have to do is access it through this particular IPN port and you will get exact same result. All the changes that you are going to save, you will have access to them. Okay, that's great information. Let me minimize this and let's talk about our source. Now what happened behind the scene is we are going to work with this index.js, we are going to work with this app.js, this CSS file and then other test cases and everything. But if you remember, I said that React is a single page application. So at the end of the day, what user is going to see is this index.html only, and it currently holds this root. So inside this root, React is going to render all this stuff, and this doesn't have anything else. That means React is going to have some type of formula behind the scene. It is going to convert all of this JavaScript, all of this everything code, all the code that you are working with, all type of component or anything else. It is going to bundle them up, use some magic formula and then create a bundle.js. Now what I mean by this, so let me get here, click on inspect, and if I scroll down, you see it's a normal page. You don't have any other information. You have root, app and everything. So if you observe, inside our root, we got this app div. But if you get here in your public folder, your index, you don't have anything right now. It's empty. So what React behind the scene do is it insert all the code inside your app. You now can see header, images, everything. So this is done by React. That's great. But my aim was to make you understand, okay, where this bundle.js come into picture. So if I go and click on inspect page source, try to zoom in a bit. Here you can see the source code and you will see a script tag that include our static JS bundle.js. So this is the actual code behind the scene that bundles up. Okay, it's pretty big actually. Everything is there now. So that means this whole source code, that means source to source compiled is done, and then it is attached to this index.html file with the bundle.js behind the scene. Now this bundle.js render all the stuff. With all the stuff I mean this app thing, this header, this p tag, a tag, anything that we are going to have inside our root. Now remember, if you just open your page source, you have nothing inside your root. Everything is rendered on the browser, on the load itself. When you inspect things, you will view them. But when you try to open their page source, it's empty right now. Even on our local file, everything is empty. But since the bundle.js is there, it is going to render stuff on the browser load itself. I hope you got the idea what happened behind the scene. Okay, things are complicated, but that's why it's fun. So let me do a quick revision. We have this whole structure, we have this node module with all the dependencies, public file which includes our index.html, that is the single file that we are going to have, and then all the other small files like our favicon and logo. That's great. Then we have our source code which is going to have all the React code. We are going to do all this stuff here. There are some useless files here that we are going to delete in future as we move forward, but this is the folder in which we are going to work. Now remember, index is important here. The first thing that React try to tackle is this index.js. When we try to say npm start, React tries to tackle here. When we load our domain, it is going to target our index.html. So make sure these indexes are important. Okay, that's great. These two folders are done. Then we have our .getignore, then our package.json. This is important, like the most important thing. So that's all for this lecture. I hope you got the basic idea how the whole structure is done. You don't have to create it yourself, but you should have understanding about each part. Now in the next lecture, we are going to do the fun stuff. We are going to dive deep with SRC and start everything from basics. I hope this lecture was helpful. Now you have understanding about project structure. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us start our journey with coding part, and we are going to start from basics. At this point of time, we got this stuff by default. Now most of this is not useful. For example, we are not going to utilize this logo.svg, so we need to remove that. Then we don't need these web vitals, we don't need this startup test.js, we don't need this setup test.js. So a lot of this here that we are trying to use, call, import is not required. But to explain what is required, what is not required will be difficult, and what are these steps. So it's better, what I can do is I can delete this. What if I delete the entire source code? Now remember, my server is running and now I am going to get that I am not able to resolve this particular error. So if I jump onto my website right now, you can see there is an error, compiled problem basically, and I have message module not found, which is about my src index.js. That means React by default is looking for a source folder inside my project, which is with a file index.js. Okay, let's start this. So let's, in this whole directory where my public is there, where my node module is there, let me create a new folder called as src. Great. Now inside this I need to create a new file, let's say index.js. So that means React is going to get inside here this index.js for all this stuff, and we are going to work with this particular index.js. Now we have one choice, either we try to have all our code base inside this, or we can divide stuff with the help of component. So remember, everything is inside index.js but indirectly. So we create our app.js and then we import it. we create other components, we import it. So we import it into multiple files. So if you remember the previous image, previous bundle message, we have multiple JS file, that is transpile, or I should say source to source compile to bundle.js. So that is going to happen here. Let's talk about what we are going to have here. So the first thing we need to do is we need to import React from our React default. Now this process is not required on all the files now. After React 16 or 17, this is not required to do that with all components. The other thing you need to import is React DOM. So you need to import React DOM from, it will be from React DOM/client. Yep, it's not from React but a different React package. If you get into package.js on, we have this React DOM as well. So yep, these two are the imports for now. Now here what we need to do is we need to access this particular root. So if you get onto your index.html, this root, we need to access the root and we need to use our React DOM to have everything render inside it. So what I'm going to do is first utilize my React DOM to create a root, and inside this I will pass this one. So let me say const root, and I'm going to use my React DOM dot create root. So this is with the help of our React DOM. It's a virtual DOM, and then we need to pass where is our root, this particular root. So I can use my document actually, document dot, I can get element by ID because the ID here is root, and pass it here. Basically you don't need to do that, I am just doing that because I'm recording a tutorial, I am going to explain this, so that's why we are doing this. Otherwise, if you remember, in our src folder everything was already there. So that's it, that's the first thing. We access the root and we created a virtual DOM. Now what I'm going to do is with this root I'm going to render all the stuff. Now here I can mention what stuff I need to load. So maybe I need to load any type of component, maybe we need to load any type of other stuff. Everything can be done here. So let me have information. So the first information that you are going to have is React strict mode, and then everything will be inside it. So what is React strict mode? React dot strict mode. So this React strict mode actually help us to be informed with all type of errors and second check, you can say that. So if you get here, if you search about it, you can see this activates additional check and warnings. That's it. And this runs only on development mode only. So this doesn't impact production build. Basically all type of warning you see in development mode. So I need to cover this with something like this. I need to have a opening one. It's like a tag. My opening React strict mode tag and my closing React strict mode tag. Now every other stuff will be here. Let me try to have a h1 tag. Let's say h1 hello. Now if I save, get back here, you can see it's working fine. There are chances that this might not load. So what you can do is you might need to just stop your server and restart it. You can see it's working fine. So that's how this is going to work. Behind the scene, what I did is I created a virtual DOM and I'm rendering all the stuff inside my root actually. Now you can see all the other stuff is gone right now. All the stuff that we had in our source folder earlier, it's not there. We don't require it for now. Now if I jump here, click on inspect and try to see our root, and this is our h1. That means we inserted this. this h1 is given by us. Now let me try to have other stuff. Let me try to have a p tag. Let's say subtitle or sub tag, something like this, and get back here. You can see I got here. So okay, this is working. So that means this is the base structure that we are going to deal with, and everything else can be inside this React strict mode. The problem here is, do you want all the pages, entire website here? Nope. So what we do is we divide stuff into multiple parts, multiple components. Let me create another one. Let me create a component or a different file which is app.js. Remember, this app.js will be inside our source folder only. Click on the source folder, create a new file, app.js. And here we are going to create a component, convert this app.js into a component, so we don't have to write everything inside our index.js. So I'm going to remove this in a while, but here I am going to convert this app.js file into a component. Now how to do that? Well, there are few steps, but the easiest way that you are going to use in future once you have idea is you are going to use RAFC. You can see React arrow function component, and this is done because of the extensions we installed. If I click enter, this is the basic structure. You don't need this now in the newer version, but this is the basic structure of a component. Now remember, I'm using arrow function, so you will see arrow function here. We are exporting this, so all this stuff is here, but that we are going to use in future. Now what we are going to do here is we are going to do the same but by manual stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically create a component. It's a function only, so I'm going to say const and I'm going to call this app itself. Now remember, the name of the component should be same. It's recommended, so it should be same as the file that you are going to call this component as. So I'm going to say app itself. You can use function itself also, so things are going to work fine. If you directly use, instead of arrow function, you can use the normal function. Things are going to work fine. So let's say const app, then we are going to have our arrow function. That's it, and we are going to return something. Everything that we are going to return will be inside these parentheses. That's it. And remember, we need to export it. Currently it's empty, so let me get here and let me try to return the exact same stuff. Let me take it here, paste it here, and you are going to get some lines. Let me try to remove this p tag for now. Let me just return the hello only. So what we did is we just created a arrow function and we returned a simple thing which is JSX. I'm going to explain this in the next one, but we just returned some stuff. We exported this app. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to import that app here. Let's say import. I'm going to import it from the same directory, which is the current directory, then app. That's it. Now you don't need to use .js because behind the scene we are running Webpack. Remember, this is not default export, so you need to keep things in curly braces. That's great. Now this is our component. So if I say app, save, is this going to work? Nope. Actually, you are going to get an error. You are going to see app as the text here. So how to use this component? Well, to use a component, you basically need to convert this into a tag, something like this. So this is your app component, which is a self-closing tag basically. So if I save this one now, get back here, you can see hello. So what I did is I created indirectly I want to say I created a function based component, and this is all the step. Now the other way you can export is you can just say export default app. That is other way, and you can just say it as const app and save this one, and now you don't need to use these braces and things are going to work fine. Now this is a default export and it's still here. So that's all, that's the basic structure. The main aim was to start things from base, from scratch without any other stuff. Now here if I want to add any type of CSS, I can just go with new file. I can say index.css, and if I want to import it, I'm going to import it here. I'm going to say import, and here I can directly import my CSS, which is going to be in the same directory. So dot slash, and then I have my index.css. That's great. Now this will be applied globally. So if let's say I have h1 tag and I have font size as maybe 50 pixel. Let me save, get back here. You can see it's greater. Let me try something bigger. Let me say 100. Save. You can see it's bigger. So that's how you are going to deal with this. Now in the next lecture, I'm going to delete everything again. Yup. So we can experiment. We are at a beginner stage. It's good time for us to learn. I hope this lecture was helpful. Make sure you try to replicate this or just have information about this, that what is happening behind the scene. So what we did is we simply have app.js, which is basically indirectly working for us as a component. We have index.js where our main focus goes as soon as we load any type of React app. We have these to import, which is our React DOM. We create a virtual DOM. We try to render stuff. We have a strict mode activated, so we keep every type of warning in check. Also, this strict mode is activated only for development only. As soon as we get into production, this is not going to work. The other thing is we can create component like this and add it on our page. So currently we created a single component, which is app, which was simple to create. We just need to create a function. I'm going to discuss more about components, don't worry, but here's a quick idea. We just have a function, arrow function, and that is going to return stuff into this parenthesis. That is important. Currently we are just returning only a single line. That's it. Since we are doing it a default app export, we are able to access it directly. Otherwise, we need to use braces. That's it. We then created our index.css, which is a global style, and we imported it here. If I get back here, click on, don't need to load it. Actually, I can get into header, and here you can see this style. This is where our information about CSS is, or h1 tag. If I get onto my page source, nothing is here because everything is rendered with the help of bundle.js. Everything from my source will be rendered from bundle.js. That's it. I hope you got the idea how to start things from basics. Now in the next one, we are going to just create again and then talk about what all the stuff goes here, how to create multiple component, how to attach everything. Things are going to get fun now because now we are focusing on coding part. Our base setup is done. So thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now in this one, we are going to talk about components. So there is class-based component and function-based component. Let us quickly talk about them and also try to create a new project setup. What I mean by this is I want to clear this whole project. So that means I am going to just destroy this. I'm going to delete it. And it is going to take some time because there are approx 200-300 MB. I can do this stuff behind the scene, behind this whole recording, but it's easy for me to explain certain errors that you are going to get. Okay, so I'm not able to delete this. Why? Well, the problem is this node module is not deleted several times, or there are chances that you are running server behind the scene. So this error can happen multiple times. So this is what I'm going to explain. Just close your VS Code and then inside your folder delete all the stuff manually. And then get back here, then you will have option to delete it. That's done. Now I'm going to create the project again. Think it as a practice session. That's done. Now I'm going to create the project again. I'm inside my practice folder. Let me clear the screen. And what I'm going to do is I am going to have npx, remember, create React app, then my taskmate. This is going to take few minutes. Now once that is done, let me get inside my folder which is taskmate, and here I am going to open my VS Code with the help of code dot. That's great. Here I am. My VS Code is ready. You can use control backtick to start your terminal. Let me clear this up. Use npm start. This is going to initiate my server. That's great. Our basic setup is done. Let me close this one. Now I have all these files. Okay. Now what I need to delete, what I need to keep, it's an important task. So first I'm going to delete this setup test file. Awesome. Then I'm going to delete this report web vitals. I'm also going to delete this svg file. And I'm going to delete this app test.js, and that's it. So I'm going to keep these two files for JS and these two files for CSS. That's the base structure. But now you are going to get certain errors. Why? Because, well, we are importing these stuff and we have deleted now. So one thing you can do is you can get here and you will see all type of errors and you can just resolve them. Like this error exists on index.js. Great, let me get here, and yep, it's here only. We have error in app.js about logo. We have error on again index.js about our report vital. So here we have about report vitals and logo. So let me solve this. Let me remove all this stuff with the import and the execution. Great. And then inside my app.js, let me remove the logo.svg. It doesn't exist now. And let me also remove all of this code for my header that we are trying to inject. Don't worry, I will be discussing this, but let me save for now. So what we are left with, we have this index.js with our code in which we have our React stuff, we have our CSS stuff, and then we have a component which is app. It is a default export, that is why we are using it directly. Then we have accessed the root and created our own root for our DOM. We are rendering stuff with the help of this strict mode, and then we have our app component. That's it. Now we are not going to do much stuff inside our index.js. What we are going to do is we are going to play with our app.js. In reality also, with most projects, you are going to have everything inside your app.js and component linked to app.js. So that means index.js file will be something like this only. There will be few lines of code here and there, but that's it. That's all about index.js. Indirectly, we are including app.js here itself, so everything will be executed. So let me close this index.js for now. And this is the base structure. Now in the previous lecture I defined that we have two type of component, function based component and class based component. So this is a function based component. If you can see, it's a function, app is a function, and that's it. We are returning some stuff. Now if you remember, we can write function either in the simple function like this, or we can write arrow function. We can define arrow function and this is going to work fine. The other stuff you can do is, if I make you realize, there are certain shortcut keys. Like if you have a function component, you can see RFC, it is going to have a React functional component. If I say enter, so it is going to create this whole function app. Exactly the same that we have, but the export default command is directly here now. In newer versions, earlier what we used to do is we used to write something like this in the earlier version, like this: export, then default, then app, something like this. Earlier we used to do that, not now. It's easier, it's better to have things here only. So this is the first command, which is RFC. We have function as it is, simple return statement. Remember, everything will be in the parentheses. I'm going to talk about this, don't worry. So this is the first stuff. What is the other one? Which is RAFC. Now this is going to create function component, but will be arrow function. If I enter, let me remove this. Yeah. So now we have a arrow function. Things are going to exactly work the same way. We have a arrow function, which is export, and that's it. Remember, this is not default for now, but you can see that we are trying to have something in our code block. Then we are trying to return stuff. That's great. But then we have class-based component. We don't use them now. They were used before 16th version. But after 16th version, we totally depend on function-based component. But if you want to see how they look, you can see RCC, which is React class component. And now these imports are important because we are defining a class which is named as app. And then we are trying to extend our component. Okay, things are getting serious now. Now we have this code block. Also, we are going to export this, that is usual, but this component should be imported from React. So import is increased, and also inside our code block, we are not returning directly. What we are doing is we are first rendering, and then we are going to have another code block, and then we are going to return. So there are a lot of things happening in class-based component, and they are somewhat complex. So things are easier with function-based components and they are used now. So this, I just wanted to give you an idea that this exists, but we don't use. So let me clear this up. And what I'm going to do is, for now, I am going to have a class-based component, and you don't need to import them now. These React import. It was important earlier, but not now in the latest version. Definitely you don't need to import anything in the 18th version. So that's great. Let me save, get back here, and we have our app. Now if you observe one thing, this is executable. Why? Because in our index.js we have this component. Remember this point. That's great. Let me get into my index.css, delete everything, app.css, delete everything. So everything is basics now. We just have information about index.js and app.js. Great. Now in the next lecture, we'll be talking about JSX. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us talk about JSX, what it is and why we need it. Well, everything that we are trying to return here till now is JSX. This is not HTML. Yep, you heard it right, this is not HTML. The tags are related to HTML, but it's not HTML. This is basically JSX. Now to read more about it, I strongly recommend the documentation. So you will get an idea that it's a syntax extension for JavaScript that lets you write HTML-like markup inside a JavaScript file. So what it is and how we are going to write? Well, the basic idea is we want to write some HTML code, but we also need to write JavaScript. That's where this whole JSX come into picture. Everything is going to remain same as HTML, but here and there we have certain rules, and I'm going to talk about them. So for example, here instead of this div, let's say I have this h1 tag and I have, let's say Shubham, I have this tag. Now again I need to have certain information, maybe I have a p tag and here I want to write maybe lorem 10, let's say some description. Now how I am going to show them on my page? If I save, I am going to get an error. You can see these jiggly lines. If I get back here, you can see I got some error. Why? Well, that's the great thing about React, that it explains the error pretty well. You have adjacent JSX elements must be wrap inside some tag, and then you have certain terms like fragment. So the first rule that you should remember this is that every time we are going to return something, either it is a single element or it is wrapped inside a fragment. What I mean by this is either we have something like div and we have everything inside this div. Then everything is going to work fine. You can see now we don't have an error. Let me try to decrease the size here for now. So if I save, you can see now things are inside a single parent, which is my div. So both of them are going to work fine. Things are great here. It's loading. But if I don't have a div, suppose I don't have this div, I'm going to get an error as usual. So what we can do is we can have this fragments. This is fragments basically, and then we have to keep them inside this fragments. Behind the scene we are just going to load this, but because of the JSX rule we need to have a single parent. Here our parent is this fragment. If I get here, you can see this is my root and then my h1 and my p. Okay, this is working fine. So let me get back to documentation here, and you will see that we are going to mix certain stuff from HTML, from CSS, and they are getting together. We are going to get into these example. But here how we need to convert, if I have certain HTML code, we are just going to get them inside our return statement. That's great. So let's talk about other rule. Like if I have something like image, let's say I have img. Now remember I should have these closing tags. No matter what, if I have a break, I should have these closing tag. If I don't have, I'm going to get an error. Let me save. You can see these red lines. If I get back here, you can see I got an error. Now if I get back, let me remove this for now. Let me save, get back. You can see I still have some error. So let me add this ending slash, get back. Now things are working fine. So that means I should have this closing tag. Okay, let me remove. Now if I get back here, so if I talk about the rules, we have return a single root element. We just discussed this. We have close all tags. We just discussed this. And the third one is the naming convention that we are going to follow should be camel case. Yep. So now the names are changed because of the reserve keyword. For example, if I need to add a class here, I need to use class name and I cannot use class here because class is a reserve keyword for JavaScript, and with HTML I cannot use that. I need to use class name, and this will be solved. This habit will be solved for you as you use different extension and you build up certain project. So if I want to have something like active, and if I want to add CSS, I can have this app.css, get here, get active here, and I can just have font size for now. That's the easiest one, maybe 50 pixel. Let me save, get back here. You can see it's working fine. So that's how you can have a class name also. So things are different. As you move forward, you will understand that we cannot use the class keyword. There are certain other reserved keywords that we cannot use, like for. We cannot use for because it's also a reserved keyword. So instead of that, we have alternatives. So I hope you got the idea about what JSX is for now. So that's all about the rules of JSX. Now remember, you can always visit this new documentation. But this is the new method that we are learning. How about the older version? well, things were different. Let me try to show you. So if I get into this old version where I have a div, I have some class name. Ultimately, behind the scene, it compiles to React dot create element. Then we are going to create a div. Then we are going to attach some class name. Yup, behind the scene, this happens. Can you imagine writing all of this again and again? So what we are going to do is, let me try this. Let me try this. Remove all of this, and let me also remove this because this is going to be direct. So I'm going to have React dot create element. I'm going to create an element and I need to pass certain stuff. The first stuff is my tag. So it's div, it's h1, whatever I'm going to create. You can see the input. Then my properties. So I need to add a property. It will be an object and I can pass information like my class name. So let's say class name. And then I need to pass the name, which is active. And then I need to pass the value, let's say Shubham. Now this is going to create our JSX element. If I save, get back here, and I also need to import React because here I'm utilizing this. So let me use control space and I have option to import it. Let me save, get back here. You can see it's working fine. So can you imagine that you have to import React, you have to create an element, h1, pass a class and then value. Nope, we are not going to do that. What we are going to do is, we are going to use simple JSX. So instead of just undo all the stuff, and we can do that. Think about it, creating multiple objects, it's just going to create mess. You don't need to do that, but you should have information that what happened behind the scene, how things are compiled. So that's all. This is the stuff that we are going to do with. Now something similar you can do with fragment as well. You can use React dot fragments and it is going to work fine without an error. Let me save, get back here. But the easier way is right now is just to have these open and closing curly braces. Now you don't need this if you have a div or something main or section or any type of parent, or individual parent, then you don't need this. Things are covered inside this. But if you have multiple lines that don't have a parent, a single parent, then you need a fragment. So that's all. In our JSX section, we understood about what JSX is. It's not HTML, it's not JavaScript, it's basically a syntax extension that help us to write HTML inside JavaScript. That's it. The second thing is, this is complicated behind the scene. We write this in a simple format, but it compiles to some complicated thing. Great, we don't need to dive deep more about this right now. Then how to write JSX? Well, there are three important rules. The first one is that we need to take care of a single root element, which is our div, our section, main, any type of element that we need to have to cover everything. If we don't have, don't worry, we can use fragments like this. The other important thing that we need to take care is to close all the tags. It can be break, it can be image that we are going to see in future. We need to have the closing tag. And then the third one is the naming convention. Since this is not HTML, so we are going to have certain restriction. We are inside a JavaScript file. So if I say class, it will be key term for JavaScript. So there are naming issues. So what we do is we use camel casing and then we have certain properties overwritten. So class is going to be class name. As we move forward, we will see other names. Like here you can see stroke width is converted to stroke width. So what we do is just dash is gone and this W is converted to capital case. You will see with different other term as well. That's it. Now the other power that we will explore in future is that we can insert JavaScript as well. For example, here now I can remove this. For example, here if I create a variable, remember I am going to create a variable before my return because this is JSX. Here HTML and JavaScript is mixed, but here I can use my JavaScript. Let's say const, I have a variable as username and the value is Shubham. Let's say something like this. Now this is a JavaScript variable which exists inside our function itself, our component itself. Now if I need to use this inside our HTML, what I can do is, let me remove this. I can use open and closing curly braces, and here I just need to pass the JavaScript name. If I save, get back to my page, you can see it's still working. Yep, that's possible, and we call this as inline dynamic content. So basically with our JSX, we can pass JavaScript code. Not just this stuff, other stuff as well, like loops, maybe map, maybe we are using some type of list, so we can use map, we can use filter, we can directly use other JavaScript code as well that we are going to explore in future. But that's it for now. I hope you got the idea about JSX. So thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back, Shubham this side. Now we know that how to create a component, how to add CSS on our website. We also know how to add images. So let's have a small app or small page now. So what I'm going to do is, I am first going to remove this. Let's just have my name for now. Some basic stuff, and I'm also going to remove the class. Just basic stuff. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create component. Let's say 2 component. Do we need to create here itself? No. What we do is, we divide stuff into multiple folders, so it's easy for us to just manage. What I'm going to do is, I'm going to create a new folder on my src, and I'm going to call this as components. Remember, the name of the folder is in small letters, so let's say small alphabets, components. That's it. Now if I need to create a component, let's say header, I'm going to store this inside here. So basically only app.js and index.js will be here. Rest everything will be inside here or other folders that we are going to create in future. So let's say I have this and I'm going to create new component. Let's say my header. So let's say new file, I'm going to have header. Now H will be capital and then header.js. Remember this point, all components will have first letter capital. Now if I create another one, let's say footer. So let's F capital footer.js. Remember this point. The other point that I missed in the previous lecture was that you can save these file as .jsx as well. That means if this is app.js, I can save this, rename this, and I can say JSX. Things are going to work exactly the same way. Let me get back here, refresh, it's still the same. That means you can save with any extension, but I recommend with the JS itself. Why? Well, there are few advantages, not in the term of speed, performance or anything else, but just because of the readability, extensions and few other stuff like this. So now you have all the files with .js itself. That's great. Let's create these 2 components, my header and my footer. So what I'm going to do is, well, I'm going to use my shortcut. I am going to use RAFC, React Arrow Function Component. Press enter. That's great. And then I'm going to remove this. It's a simple component with the return as header. With my footer, RAFC, enter. Remove the import, save. Now remember, this automatically create component with header. That means the name of our file. Similarly, this automatically create footer, name of our file. Great. Now what if I want to import them? Well, I just need to include it here. So at the top, let me go at the top, let's say import and then curly braces, because these are not going to be default. Nope. Now everything will be the normal one, the export function directly. So I'm going to have my header here. Okay, this is auto imported, but let me say if I need to import it manually, from then Currently my app.js is inside my src, so my current directory slash I need to get inside my component. So let me get into my component, then I need to get into my header.js. So let's say my header, save. Now I can use this header anywhere I want. So let's say before this div I want to have my header, and after this div I want to have my footer. So I can use this. So if you remember, I can have my header, and remember that's not how we are going to use component. What we need to do is I need to have a open and closing. Here let me add my arrow and then close it. Yup. So this is my header. Now you can see the lines. Why? Because this is one component, this is another one. Either I need to add fragments or I need to cover everything into a div. Well, easy. For now let's try to have fragments. Let me take everything, add it here. So this is my component header, then my div, and then I need to add footer. But let me see things are working. Yep, my header, then my div, and let me add my footer now. So what I need to do, I just need to import it. Import my footer. Now I'm trying to use auto import. My current directory, then inside my component folder, then my footer. So I just need to use something similar. Let's say get here and I need to use my footer. Let me save, get back. You can see I have my header, my name, my footer. It's working fine. So that's how you are going to work with multiple components. It's a simple thing for now. We are not trying to do some rocket science, but we are just importing them and giving them in a structure. So that's the first step that I wanted to do, which is understanding about multiple components. Now if I get back here in our web page, what we are basically doing is we are rendering three things. The first is our component, then a div, then another component. I hope you got the idea. Now remember, these three components are itself inside an app component. So this itself is a component. So if you imagine the bigger picture, we have a big component. Inside that we have two other components. Yep, that's it. Now we can have another component here. Later on we are going to talk about it. The next step that I want to talk about, how to add image. So what we do is we usually have a asset folder. Let's say assets here, create a new folder inside my source src assets. Now inside this I will have all my maybe images, my logo, everything that I want to use in my React code, that will be here. If I need to use something directly on my index.html, it can be my favicons, for example, this favicon. I don't touch it inside my assets here, inside my src. Nope. That will be here only. We will learn with example and different projects, but for now, if I'm using with my React, it will be inside my asset folder inside my src. Great. So how I am going to add it? Well, let me first add an image here. Let me try to copy paste it here. So I have copied a logo. Let me get into my src, then my assets, and let me paste it here. This is my logo.png. Okay, great. So now I have access to this. How I'm going to fetch it? Well, it's easy. Where I need first, let me get into my header, and here at the top I can say import. Let me give it a name. Let's say logo, and here I can say from, and then I need to give the path from my header.js. Well, my header is inside my component. I need to get back into my src and then get inside my assets. To get back, double dot slash, it is going to give me a back directory. Then I need to get into my assets. Then I need to select the file which is logo.png. Now I have access to this logo. Now what I'm going to do is inside this div I'm going to create few stuff. I'm going to have my img. I need to pass this file. How I'm going to do that? Remember, the inline dynamic content. Yep, we are going to do that. We are going to remove this. Now if I pass logo here, nothing is going to work. It's a string basically. So what I can do is I can use my inline dynamic content, and here I can pass logo. So this will be replaced here. Here I have alt tag. Here I can also add class name. Let me do that. Let me add it here itself. Let's say class name, and I am going to name it as logo. Let me save for now. Get back here, and this is our header. This is from our app, and this is our footer. Things looks fine. I hope you got the idea. And the aim was to include image. The other aim is now to also understand about our CSS part. So the CSS, how I'm going to do add this logo. So I have one option. Either I can have all the CSS inside my index.css, but then what we prefer is index.css is for global stuff. That should be applied to our root, maybe some font setting that should be applied to everything. Maybe we are trying to import stuff that should be restricted for index.css. Then should I add to my app.css like this active? So I can just add it here. Well, yes and no. Yep, you can add it here. It will be applied. So let me add it. Let me say dot logo, and here let me have a fixed height of 80 pixel. Let me save, get back. You can see the height is fixed 80 pixel. And if I get into my head, scroll down a bit, zoom in, you can see there is a style. Now this style is coming from my index.css. The other one is coming from my app.css. Ultimately, you can create as many CSS, everything will be available globally. But what we do as a developer, what we want is just to differentiate at the right time of writing code, searching, or have a proper organized structure. We divide them into multiple files. At the end of the day, they will have access to everything. Even if I just take it out from here and save it inside my index.css, let me save, get back here. It's still 80 pixel. Why? Now I have inside my index.css. Earlier it was inside my app.css. So ultimately all these styles are merged here. It's more of organizing stuff. So let me take it out from here and let me add it here. Now if I save this, so that's how you can apply CSS. Well, the aim of this lecture was to talk about three stuff. The first stuff is that I can create multiple components and I can organize them in a single page itself. All the components will be inside my component folder. That's the first thing. The second thing I want to talk about how to include images. So I have an image called logo.png inside my assets folder. That means I'm going to store all of them here itself if it is related to my React inside my src. How I'm going to access it? Just give it a name and then reach to that particular image. It can be in a different directory. So just read to that image, and then with the help of our inline dynamic content, which is our curly braces, we can pass this. That's great. The other stuff that we need to remember is this closing thing. If I remove this, usually in HTML things work, but now we are going to get an error. Make sure you are closing the tag. The other thing you can do is you can create the CSS inside your component. Let's say you have a component name header, so you can just have something like header.css and it will be camel case, so it will be header.css. Now if I say I have a name something like let me give you an example, header top.css, then the name of this then the name of this will be renamed to header top. Remember the camel case format. For component file.js file it will be capital first letter, but for our CSS it will be camel case. Let me get back here. Let me say header only, and similarly this will be header only. Okay, so what I can do is I can have these stuff here as well. So I can save this, and I can have for my header stuff, and then I can include it. I just need to import my header.css, so it will be header.css. Save, and you can see still it is 80 pixel, the image is 80 pixel. So that's how thing is going to work. We can have multiple ways. Later on you are also going to see that we can have style. Yep, we can include that, but we are not going to use that much, so I'm not going to discuss right now, but later on, yes. So yep, there is another way, which is going to create a file, CSS file for each component, and then attach it. Ultimately, again, you get here, you can see now we have the third style. The first one, index.css, empty right now. The second one are app.css, and the third one are header.css, which is this one, which is logo. So that's how you can include stuff. And again, there is no strict rule, but it is the unopinionated format that everyone follows, that index, global stuff, app, either the stuff related to our app.js only or everything. And then if the project is too big, it's good idea to divide stuff into smaller CSS part. So that's it. That's all about style for now. I hope you got the idea. Yep, we are trying to mess up things because we are in learning phase. As soon as we start building projects, we will have a better structure. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Shubham this side. Now let us dive deep towards a different topic, which is states. Now you must be thinking, what is state and why we need it? Well, before that, let me give you a quick idea what the structure currently is. So what I did is I deleted everything. I recreated the React app, and then I removed all the unwanted file. If you remember, we did the practice earlier itself. So I have removed all the unwanted files as well as their import. That's done. The next thing I did is inside my app.js, I removed that unwanted code and added a h1 tag, a simple h1 tag. Also, I have cleared index.css and app.css and added some basic CSS that we are going to work on. My quick advice will be that you copy paste all the CSS code, or if you are not using CSS, things will work fine since our focus is on React, but the look is going to be different. For example, here I have added some CSS for box or something like button. So I need some specific color for certain buttons. Since I'm recording a video, I'm recording a tutorial, I want the demonstration to be good. If you are just doing normal practice, you can focus on JavaScript and React. But it's a good habit to have CSS here and there, so your project is more presentable. I'm going to add and write more CSS as we move forward with the simple explanation as well. And here I have changed the font family and set the default margin and padding as 0 pixel. Okay, that's great. And we will work on them as we require. For now, that's it. Now let's focus on state, what it is and why we need it. Well, let's create a simple application. Maybe we want to work on a counter application. That means I have two buttons. If I press plus or something like add, I should increase the count. If I have a second button, that is subtract or something like minus, I should decrease the count. So the flow should be simple. I'm going to create a variable, something like count, and assign a default value as 0 and then keep updating that count. I guess that should work fine, right? Let's understand this. So let's create this simple application, find out the problem, and then understand how state is going to help. Right now you don't need to understand what state is, just understand the problem that we are going to face, and then state is going to be a solution to that problem. Okay, so inside my function, before the return, I can write my JavaScript code. This is my JSX. Remember, if I need to write JavaScript here, if you remember the dynamic expression, I need to use that. But here I can write my JavaScript. Remember one point, this is a component and everything should be inside here. Like you can have imports on the top, but you cannot write some JavaScript code. Either you create a function and then use that, but other than that, nothing is recommended. Do everything inside your component itself. So you can have a different component, maybe you have some header, footer, but do everything inside your component, the code block of that component. Great, now let me create that variable. Let's say let, I'm going to say count, and I'm going to start my counter at 0. Awesome. And I'm going to create that counter, and I'm going to have a simple div again, and I'm going to call this as box. Now you can see all my shortcuts are working inside my JavaScript file related to all the shortcuts about my HTML and CSS. Why? Because we did some setting during our initial lecture. Okay, awesome. So we have this div, and inside this we want to do certain stuff. Awesome. The first thing I need to do is I need to present this count. That means I need to display this count. So I'm simply going to have a p tag, and here I can use my dynamic expression and I can say count. Awesome. Now let me save this one, get onto our browser, and this is our current result. That means we are displaying our count right now. Now why we have this box shadow and everything? Well, we have our CSS and that is going to work well, and we have this box shadow for our box. Awesome. Now let me add a button so we can have option to add and as well as subtract. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have a button, let's say add. Let me also add a class name so we can differentiate it. It's going to be add, and I'm going to have a button, let's say subtract, and I'm going to have a class name sub. Let me save this one, get back here. Oh, awesome. Currently they are not going to do anything. Now what my task is, I want to update the value for this particular count. So that means I need to add some functionality, or I should say a listener, or I should say an event. So I can have on click. When I click on this button, the count is increased to +1, and then this should be updated, right? Okay, let's do that. Simply I'm going to say on click, and here I can pass a function that will be executed. Now there are multiple ways by which we can pass a function, but first let me create that function. Let me say function handle add, something like this. So let's say handle add, and what this is going to do is it is going to update the count with +1. So I can say count plus equals to 1, and that should work fine. Remember, this will be count equals to count +1, and I can execute this particular function. Now there are multiple ways by which we can pass this. Remember, if you are going to directly pass this function like this, that means it is going to execute on the loading time itself. So we don't need to pass this open and closing executable parenthesis. That means I don't need to do that. So that means it will be executed when we click. If I say this open close, it will execute on render itself. That means we are directly calling this function. So remember this point. So this is the first method. The other will be anonymous function. That means so I can have open and closing parentheses, and here I can just define the function. So that is going to be count +1. So this can be done the other way, anonymous function. Now remember, this is a single line function. Here this is going to be our return, and this will be executed only when we click. Remember this point. Indirectly we are mentioning the arrow function here, and otherwise we are just passing the function reference here. Awesome. That's the first step. Let me try to do console here. Console.log, and here I'm going to just say count. Awesome. Let me save, get here, right click, click on inspect, get into my console, clear everything. So what if I click on add? You can see it's 1 right now. The count is 1. Click on add again, click on add again, click on add again. Now my count is increasing. Basically I started with 0. I'm currently at 4. My count is increasing, but this is not updating. So if I do like I can see this result is here, but how I am going to re-render this? How I am going to update this? Well, that's where this state come into picture. I know I'm going to sound a different version, but state is basically the current value of that particular variable. If I say what is your current state in life, maybe if I talk about your mood, you can say, okay, it's boring, or it's something related to happiness, or it can be something related to figuring out about yourself. So there can be multiple state for us as well. Similarly, we are going to have state for our variable, and it is going to keep changing. I know this is a bad example, but remember, it is easy to figure out things when we take some real life example. So what I mean to say is that our variable state can change. Now what I want to refer here is that we have this particular variable and the value is going to increase, the value is going to decrease. So that means it is changing constantly. So here the state of this particular variable is changing. So we need to update all the elements that use it. If I say count is updated, I need to update this particular paragraph itself. If I say it's increased, I need to show the updated version. If I say it's decreased, I need to show the updated version. That means the state is going to change for this paragraph as well because the value is changed. So I hope you got the idea what I want to say and what the problem we are going to solve. In simple words, we are going to have different variables, or I should say state. We are going to have certain values that are going to change. And instead of re-rendering all the components, everything, we have option to re-render our required fields. Okay, now we understood the problem. In the next lecture, let us figure out a solution, which is basically use state. Yep. What is this and how we are going to utilize it? Let's figure out in next one. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next lecture. Hey there, welcome back. Now in this lecture, let us discuss about state and how we are going to solve this problem. So let me jump onto the documentation, and here we have use state, what it is and how we are going to utilize it. Well, it's a hook. It's a default React hook. That means it's already there with React. We don't need to create a new function. We can just import it from React. Something like this. We can import it. So what it is going to do is, when we are going to use this hook, basically this particular function, whenever we are going to call this function, it is going to return us two important things, state and set state. Let's jump onto the code editor and discuss about it. So what we are going to do, instead of using this let, we are going to convert this into a state. So first I should import it. Let's say import, and this is going to be use state from React. Awesome, pretty clear. And then I'm going to use state, and it is going to take some argument, and the argument is the initial value of our state. For example, if I'm referring to count, my initial value is going to be 0. Now if I'm going to execute this one, it is going to return me two things. The first one is going to be a normal variable that I can use everywhere, which is referred as the current state. That means what is the current state of my counter? It's 0. If I increase the value in future, the current state will be 1, 2 as we move forward. The second thing it returns is a function that helps us to change our state. That means my counter. So it returns an array with these two values. Now we can use array destructuring method to access both of them. For example, I can say const, and I have both of them inside here. Let's say count and then set count. Don't worry, I'm going to explain both of them. So I have created a state, and I'm going to refer this variable as count. It is holding the current value of my state, which is 0. And if I need to change this count, I need to use this function, which is my set count. Now if I want to increase this, I can say to this set count, okay, increase by 1, increase by 2, increase by 3. This is going to be the function that is going to change this. Don't worry, don't get confused. Once we start working with practical example, you will get an idea. So that's the whole concept of our state. The initial value is 0. Now this is not just number. Maybe in future, if we want to use string, we can do that. We can use arrays, we can use objects, everything. So let's understand about this in a bit. So let me clear this stuff. Now here is our count. Awesome. here we are also demonstrating this count. Let me save this one, get back to my browser. You can see it's currently 0, and I can also clear this up. This is currently 0. Why? Because the initial value is 0. Now if I give the initial value as 1, get back here, the initial value is 1, because we are demonstrating this current variable. Now how we can increase this? Well, we can just pass the new value that we want. So here if I say set count, now if I say either count plus 1, something like this, it is going to increase the value. Now currently it holds the value, the current state value, which is 0. So let's get back here. Oh, it's 1 actually. So let me convert this to 0. Let me save, get back here. Currently it's 0. If I click on this, it is going to get into this function, access the 0 and then plus 1, which is 1. If I again click on this, access the value, then the current state will be 1 plus 1, that will be 2. Click on this, again get here, current state will be 2 plus 1, which is 3, something like this. So let's get here, add. Now we don't need to re-render everything, we don't need to load anything, we don't need to figure out anything else. Our component is re-rendered automatically because of this whole useState thing. So this is updated automatically as soon as there is a change in value. I hope you got the idea. Now let me do one quick thing. What I want to do is I want to just try to print this in console. Let's say console.log and just print this. Let me save, get back here. Now you can see it returned two things: the current value of that particular state and the function that can help us to change the value, which is this count and set count. Now the naming convention we follow is the variable that we want to use and then set. Remember, it's naming convention. You can call this anything else, but we are following some standards, so you are not going to get an error, but it's recommended to use it. Set and then camel case. We need to follow camel case naming, so I'm going to have set. I need to add this term and then whatever the variable I have, which is camel case count. So I hope you got the idea, and this was simple, and we can do something similar for our subtract. And let's say I'm going to have a function which is going to handle sub, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set my count. I'm going to access the current state of this with the help of count itself and then say -1. Awesome. Let me save, and I'm also going to call this as on click, and here I just need to call my handle subtract. Awesome. Let me save this one, get back here, clear this up, add, subtract, add, sub. You can see now our counter is working fine. I hope you got the idea. Now before ending this lecture or before discussing or jumping on to the next topic, I want to get into my elements, open everything, like open here, and here if you observe, if I click on add, you can see this p tag is re-rendering. You can see the blink, this p tag is re-rendering. So what happened is, if we are using some normal method, if we are not using this state or anything else, this doesn't re-render. This whole thing doesn't re-render, or we don't know when to re-render or when to not. Since we are using the power of React, React has given us useState option that can help us to re-render stuff if there is a change of value. That means the whole application is not going to reload, only the part which includes our count. Now maybe we are using count somewhere else, or maybe just add something like a p tag again, and let's say my count again here, count. Let me save, get here, you can see I have this count. Observe these two p tags, both are blinking. That means they are actually rendering again. Or I can have +1 here, so this will be something like 0, this will be 1, so it will be, let's say 10. Much easier to visualize. Get back here, so this is 14, this is 24, and you can see both are rendering again. So I hope you got the idea. Now if I refresh, things will be gone because the default state goes back to 0 as soon as I refresh, and here it's 0 plus 10. So I hope you got the idea. That's great. I hope you got the idea why we actually need this. Now you can use multiple of them. Currently we are just using for count. Maybe I have something like a product list, maybe I have some to-do list, or maybe I have a different timer as well. So there can be multiple state and their default value can be different. But remember, we need to just focus on these two terms to use them. Count to access that particular variable and its current state, and set count to actually change it with a new value. Now one thing we can do that is going to be a fun stuff. Let's say I have a new function that is going to reset it. So handle reset, and I'm going to set it to 0. That means if I call this function, my count will go back to 0 because I am passing a value of 0. Okay, let me add a new button. Let's say button. I'm going to have a class name which is going to be reset. Then I have option to reset, and on click I can have handle reset. Awesome. Let me save. Let me get back to my browser. Now here I have option to reset. So let's say add, subtract, add, and if I say reset, it's go back to 0. So that's how this is going to work. That means I need to pass the value of that particular state. Here we are passing the value. Indirectly we are passing the value, the final value that we want for our count. That's great. I hope you got the idea what we did. We understood what a hook is. It's basically a React function but with some magical power. That's great. Now we took the magical power of use state. The power is we can change the data and it will be reflected on our page. Great. So we simply imported it. We use use state. It is going to return two things, my count and my set count. Basically my state and set state. Here we are giving it a name as count and set count. Now this holds my value and this holds the power to change that value. Awesome. We then created a small app, added multiple options to change them and call them. During this whole process, we also understood how to pass the function and how to execute it. Either we can pass the function, a function name that will be executed on the click, or we can just pass anonymous function like this. Something like this, and here I can say set count and I just need to pass count plus 1. If I save, get back here, you can see it's still working fine. So that's how this is going to work, and we have the option. That's great. We also understood how to reset. That means just give a default value which we started, that is 0. We also understood how to reset by just giving the initial value from which we started, which is 0. That's all. And the most important thing, with the help of this re-render, we don't need to refresh page. All the changes will be there on our screen. Now one important thing that I recommend right now is to jump onto the documentation of use state, and you will have access to all the information that we discussed. Like they have created age and use state, the default value is 42, and then they have access to both of them, the current state value and the set function to change that. Also there will be certain pitfalls that we are going to discuss in the next lecture. What are the problem and what we need to focus on. They have certain other example as well and few other stuff, everything that we are going to cover. It's a great quick revision thing that you should explore. Either do it right now or maybe end of this particular state section. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let me discuss about a quick problem when we use this set count. Now everything is fine. I'm going to take a condition, a specific condition. Suppose I have this, I want to increase count by 3. I have this ad. As soon as I click on this ad, the count should be increased by 3, and when I click on subtract, it should be decreased by 1. So what I can do is I can have either plus 3, that should work fine. But what if I do set count as count plus 1, and plus 1? If I save this one, what should happen? Either it should increase by 3 or 1. Okay, let me get here, refresh. If I click on this ad, it just increased by 1. Click here, only 1, but we are executing this 3 times, right? So what is happening behind the scene is, as soon as I reach this function holds the value of count as 0. That means when I click on the add for the first time, so it holds the value of that particular state, the current value. So currently the count is 0. It set count as count plus 1, but it will be executed in the next render to our code. But the current value is 0 only. When I move to the next line as well, it's 0 only. And here it's 0 only. So that means we did 0 plus 1, we again did 0 plus 1, we again did 0 plus 1 basically. Because the value is increased in the next render. So let's say if I click here, the value is increased by 1. Now in the next render the count will be 1. If I click here, next render count will be 2. Click again, next render count will be 3. Inside this function, count is going to stay constant. I can do anything but the count is going to stay constant. Also remember, don't do count something like this. Count 2 or 3. Nope, don't do that. We have a dedicated function to change the value of count. So this is the problem. We cannot access the updated count value. Or can we? Well, yes, we can. The other solution is to pass the function. Yep, there is a solution. So what you can do is you can just simply pass the anonymous function. If I give you a quick idea here, inside the documentation, they have the same problem, which is suppose they want to increase the age 3 times, age plus 1, age plus 1, age plus 1, and you can see age is 42, something like our count. So what we can do is we can pass the function. So we can just access our count and we can update it. Let's say count plus 1. Remember, now it is going to behave as a function. And if I do something similar here, so with the first call, it is going to update from 0 to 1. Now with the second call, it is going to update from 1 plus 1, which is 2. And in the third call, it is going to update 2 plus 1, which is 3. If I save, get back here, refresh, add, now you can see 3. Subtract 1, add 3. It's not important, but you should be aware that the state value is going to stay constant unless and until we try to update it using a function. Okay, that's all for this lecture. I hope you got the idea. Again, things comes from documentation and they have given some great example. Earlier the documentation was pretty bad, but now they are improving and I'm happy for this. So great. In the next lecture, let's talk about a different example. Instead of this simple 0, what if we take a list and try to add elements inside that list? Oh, it is going to be fun. So thank you for following and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us talk about our use state, but instead of just numbers, let's talk about maybe an array. So what I'm going to do is I am going to create a task list and then we are going to experiment stuff. So simple stuff. First we need to import our use state. Let's say import, and here I am going to have my use state that is imported from React. Now what I am going to do, I am going to utilize the use state, pass the initial value and create my state as well as set state. Remember, you can have multiple of them in the same component itself. So let's say const, and I'm going to call this as task. Since I'm going to store multiple tasks here, let's say task and tasks. Great. I'm going to utilize my use state. And here instead of using 0, 1, 2 or something like this, I can have a proper array. Now here I need to pass some initial value. You can keep it empty, but our aim is to just loop over this and try to print stuff. That means try to print all the tasks. Currently it's empty. Now what I can do is I can simply add some values. So let's say my first object, then other one, then other one. So my aim is I can store multiple information for an individual task. Suppose I can have its ID, let's say 1 for now. Then I can have its name, the task name basically. So I'm going to say it is going to be a string. Let's say record lectures. Then I need information if this task is completed or not. So let's say completed, and it's by default it's false. So that's how we can have information if it's completed or not. That's great. Awesome. So this is all the information about this particular task. Now I can have multiple of them. I can have another one that need ID, name and completed, and then few others. So what I'm going to do is for now is I am going to copy paste it. So I just copy pasted 3 tasks. Let's say this is completed, so I can say this is true and rest all of them are false, and let me have them on different lines. Awesome. So this is our current value for our task. We currently hold 3 tasks with different value. Awesome. Now what our aim is, or basically what we need to do in this lecture, is to loop over this task and represent them. Again, in this lecture I updated some CSS, so you can just copy paste them, since our aim is to loop over them and display them as a particular task, just for the demonstration purpose. Okay, awesome. Let me add a h1 tag here, and I'm going to say task list. Awesome. Get here, make sure your server is running, and this is our basic task list. Now what I'm going to do, I am going to have an unordered list, and inside this I am going to have multiple list elements. My list is going to display this task, then this task, and then this task. Great, this is good. This is good. The task we want to implement is going to be a bit confusing. Make sure you understand about map functions. So this is a list. Remember, this is a list, which is our task. Awesome. So what I am going to do right now is I am going to use my dynamic expressions, and I'm going to access this task. Now if I save, get back here, I got an error. Well, basically I cannot print this task directly. I need to visit individual element. So for that I am going to use map. Now map give me access to the individual element. If you remember, I can just pass something like this. So I have access to individual element here, and then I can just return something, return some condition. Awesome. We are going to do something similar with a bit difference. So what we are going to do is we are going to apply JSX to individual task. I can create a box, I can give it a structure as well as some CSS. What I mean by this is I can access to individual task. Let's say my task, and here instead of going with my curly braces then using return, I'm just using this open and closing parenthesis. So everything I'm going to write here will be demonstrated as single line, just like this here. If you remember, with our return here, this is a single line behind the scene. So something like this I'm going to get here, and now I have access to this task. So what I can do is I can use a li tag, simple tag, and I have access to this task. Now I can print it, or for now I'm going to print random here. Let's say get back here, you can see I have 3 randoms. Don't worry, don't get confused. Let us quick revise. We had an unordered list, then we had the dynamic expression. Since we are going to utilize a state and we are writing JavaScript basically here, so we access this. Now remember, this is a list, so we applied map, and inside map what we did is we access the individual task, individual element. Remember the naming, it's singular. We access this. Now instead of using return, what we did is we utilize open and curly parenthesis. Now inside this I have access to individual information, and I can write JSX. Simple. So what I am going to do, again this is going to be my JSX, and I have information about this task. So it is going to behave a fresh one. So I need to use this, my dynamic expression, and here I am going to pass task dot name. So basically I'm going to have access to this name For the first loop, I'm going to have first, then second, then third. Okay, awesome. Let me save this one, get back here. And here I have access to all three tasks. Let me clear this up, refresh so I can see that I have any error. Yes, I have this error about key warning. I'm going to discuss about this in a while, but you can see now I have access to all of them. Awesome. This is important. Make sure you understand about this. It's super important. Now let's give it a better structure so I can access all the information. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to create a span, and here I'm simply going to print the ID and title together. What I can do is I can access this task, then .id, and then dash. I'm going to again use this task dot my name. Awesome. Then I am going to have a button which is just going to say delete or something like cross. Let's say delete for now, and let me save this one. Get back here. You can see it's working fine. So we have access to our ID, and then we have access to all the information. Great. Remember, this is a separate JSX, so we need to again use dynamic value. Now one more interesting thing is, now we know this task is basically an object here. We are passing this, so we can destructure this. We can directly use my ID here, my name here, and then the value of my completed if I want. So yep, I can say this. So I can directly use ID, name, and if I get back here, you can see it's still working. So this is our personal choice depending on our requirement if we want to do that or not, but we have this option. Great. Now let us discuss about the other problem that we had is this warning. So each child in the list should have a unique key prop. What is this key prop? Well, props are basically properties that we can pass. One property is compulsory, mandatory, otherwise you are going to get a warning. It's about key when we are using list. Now, not just this li tag. List basically means when we are looping over and we are utilizing this map to have certain elements. So here we basically need to pass this key. So each li tag is unique, and either we can use index because it will be unique, index 1 for the first task, index 2 for the second task, and index 3 for the third task. I can utilize this index. Let's say index here. I'm going to access it here and let me pass it. Remember, I'm utilizing map, so map gives me access to index if I use this directly. So let me pass, get back here, clear this up, refresh. You can see the warning is gone. So if I right click, inspect, here there is a key for this particular element. Now why this is important? Because ultimately React should know some unique identity about this li tag. So if I want to delete it in future, React should have information about this. But index is not recommended. Why? Because it will change. If I delete this one, now index is mixed up. Earlier index was 0, 1, 2. But now if I delete this, I need to update the index for this one. It will be 0 and 1. So it is going to confuse. So instead of index, what we usually prefer is pass the unique ID that we hold. So for example, here we have task ID. It is unique for each individual element. Mostly it is unique if we are talking about, maybe we have list of products. Each product is going to have a unique ID. So we can utilize something like this. So let me save, get back here, still working fine and no error here. So this is one option that you can utilize. So the parent should hold a key value that should be unique. Okay, that's all for this lecture. I hope you got the idea. Well, we simply created a new state, and this time instead of some numbers, we created a list with multiple objects. Again, we understood about a new concept that we can access this list, map over them, and for each individual element, we can basically display it. When at the time of display, the parent should hold a unique key value, and again it is going to work as a unique JSX, so we can have access to dynamic value. For that we use curly braces, open and closing one, and then access the value and demonstrate this. Awesome. Before that, let me pass class name to our button. Let's say delete. Let me get back here now. Yep, much better now. So that's all for this lecture. I hope you got the idea. In the next one, let us try to experiment with this whole case and let us try to understand and utilize the set task as well. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us try to utilize and understand about set task. So the aim of this lecture is to delete any task that we click on. So that means if I click on this particular button, we should call a handle delete that should have access to this particular ID, that means ID of that particular task, and it should remove it. Awesome. So what I'm going to do, I am going to create a function. Let's say function handle delete. Now this is going to access some ID. Okay, let me access it. Basically the ID that we are going to pass about our task, and then we are going to have access to our tasks. I can use that. I'm going to utilize a filter and I'm going to check if the ID is not matching or what is the case that we need to do. So first simple thing is, let me say on click, and here I cannot pass ID like this, handle delete and then my task ID. If I do that, this will be executed as it is. So what I'm going to do is I am going to pass this in the form of anonymous function. Now when I click this function will be executed, and then inside that I'm going to have handle delete with my task ID. Awesome. What I'm going to do is I am going to simply have access to console log, and let's say if I'm having access to this ID right now or not. So this task ID is passed. I'm going to store this in the parameter of ID and doing a console log. Clear this up, delete 5271, awesome, delete 7825 and then delete 8391, awesome. So that means now we have access to this particular ID. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I am going to update my task and I am going to filter out stuff. So how I can filter stuff? Simple, I can just set task and inside this I can just filter out stuff. What I'm going to do is I'm going to access my task. I am going to utilize my filter, and inside this task filter I will have access to my individual task, and then here I can pass a condition. If the condition is true, I am going to keep it. If the condition is false, I am going to remove it. If the condition is true, so that means I have access to this ID and I'm going to check if this ID is not equals to my task ID. Remember, this task ID is basically ID of this particular task. So what I'm going to do, I have access to this task, which is initially I'm going to select the first task. The ID, first task ID will be 5271, this one. And I'm going to check if the button that we clicked, maybe we have clicked on the middle one, which is 7825. So this is 7825 is not equals to 5271. Well, this condition is true. We are saying it's not equals to. Well, they are not equal. 7825 is not equal to 5271. Awesome. So for this item, it's not true. Now let's say I want to delete this particular task. Awesome. So we are going to map from first task, second task, third task. That means we are going to map from first task, second task and third task. First we are going to compare my ID, which is the ID that I pass from button. So I'm going to check if 7825 is not equals to 5271. Yep, they are not equal. So that means this is going to return true. So first item is going to stay there. Then I'm going to compare 7825 is not equals to 7825. Well, they are equal. So this is going to return false. So this will be removed in our new array. And then this is not equal. So this is going to stay. So this is going to return, this whole statement is going to return a new list, and we are going to set our new task. I know this is confusing, but if you understand about filter, it will be easy. This condition is about our task. Let's say this. So it's easy to read. Here we are simply comparing both the IDs and say if they are not equal, for us, this is the condition. They should not be equal. If it's equal, just remove it. Awesome. So we are passing this and setting it as our new task. Great. Now if I get here, refresh, awesome. Now if I click on delete, it's gone. What happened is we basically create a new task list and we re-render this whole stuff. Let me get back here, get into my elements inside my root and my UL stuff. Let me refresh this. Okay, now if I click on delete anywhere, you can see this entire UL is updated. Let me refresh again. Delete, UL is updated. Delete, this UL is updated. Delete, this UL is updated. So that's how it's working behind the scene. We update entire task and it is going to re-render our entire unordered list. So that's all. That's how we are going to update our task. I hope you got the idea. Now we have functionality to delete any type of task. One important thing that you need to remember that these filter conditions are important, otherwise you are going to miss. The other thing is, as soon as I refresh anything, things will be gone. So there is no control to you because we are not utilizing any database. So things will disappear. If we are trying to use some database, we can hold them. And later on, we are going to utilize databases for all these type of stuff. That's all. Thank you for following and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now in this lecture, let us discuss about conditional template. What I mean by this and why it is important. But before that, I want to talk about a setting that we tried to discuss during the initial lectures. It was about sticky scroll. If you remember, sticky scroll enabled. Now I'm going to give you an example about this. So as I scroll down, you can see the line number 4, the app is still stuck there because this is the entire code block. So this sticky scroll basically holds that information on the top that you are currently in this particular code block. I hope you got the idea. This was important and I was waiting as soon as we have multiple lines I can demonstrate that. So if I just remove this, it's a new feature. I know most of you might not even like it, but as a beginner this works really well. So if I just remove this sticky scroll, get back here, now you can see that app is gone. As soon as I activate it, you can see this app is back. So this give us idea as soon as we have multiple functions and few other information, it get confusing that inside which particular element I am currently in. So make sure you activate it. Okay, now let's get back to our topic, which is conditional templates. What I mean by this? Well, we have access to JavaScript now. So that means we can evaluate stuff in the form of true and false. We can compare multiple things and then apply certain changes. For example, I can evaluate here that if this task is completed or not. If the task is completed, then only I'm going to show here. Otherwise, I'm going to skip. That means I have a condition and according to that, I can display stuff. So what we need to do is we basically need to inside our map, I'm going to do that. You can use anywhere. I'm also going to demonstrate that for class name and few other stuff. So what I am going to do is I am going to hide them all and I am also going to show them. So it depends on our true and false value. If the value is true, we are going to show them. Otherwise, we are going to hide them. So we are going to create a button show, hide, show, hide. That's the current theme. So we have a condition. If the show is true, we are going to display this. If the show is false, we are going to hide it. That is basically a condition and according to which we are controlling our template. Awesome. So I am going to create a new state. Let me call this as show and set show. Again, I'm going to utilize the use state, and here I can also pass values as true and false. So by default it is true. So we have access to this particular state. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to utilize this conditional template. So the basic structure is going to be that I have a condition and I can demonstrate that condition. So for now I just have show because that is going to be my boolean value. Otherwise we can create a value with the help of comparison. Maybe if this is greater than this, or ultimately we need a result in true and false. So if true, we are going to do something. If false, we are going to do other stuff, or just skip this. Similarly, I will talk about this completed true and false. So if a task is completed, we are going to show something in green. If our task is not completed, we are going to leave it. So we are going to talk about this, but let's get back here. So our condition show is true. Then I am going to do some stuff. So for now, I am going to take this task basically and add it here. Remove these curly braces. Yeah. So here is my condition. I am going to check if this show is true. Yes, then this will come into picture. If this is false, we are not even going to focus on this template. Let me save, get back here. Currently show is true. We are able to view this. Let me try to manually have a false value. Save, get back here. Everything is gone. So what I am going to do right now is I am going to add a button to make them hide or display. So I can just have a new button here that is going to say toggle, and the task is on click. I just need to update the value, which is going to be about my show, and I can just reverse the current value about show. So if current value is true, I am going to set the false. If the current value is false, I am going to set it as true. Awesome. Let me save this one. Let me also quickly add a class name here. Let's say trigger, something like this. Let me save, get back here. Now you can see I have a button called toggle, hide, show. We have the option. So that's how this is going to work. We have a condition, and if this is true, then we are going to move here. If this is false, we are not going to display stuff. Now this is not just valid till here only. We can have this to evaluate and add information about class names. We can also utilize ternary operator to add some condition. For example, here if I add a class name, since we are going to utilize JavaScript, it is going to be dynamic value. I am going to have my task.completed. If my task.completed is true, I am going to apply certain CSS. Otherwise, I am going to apply certain CSS. If it's true, I am going to say completed. If it's false, I am going to say incomplete. Let me save this one, get back here. Now you can clearly see the change. The completed ones are with the form of green and the incompleted ones are in the form of red. And I can toggle this stuff. I can also delete stuff. Let me refresh. Things are back to normal. So that's how we can have conditional template. There are two things. One is simple conditional template, which is just utilize some condition and we are utilizing the logical AND condition. And the other is our ternary operator, which can help us to do a lot of stuff actually. We can have conditions, compare result, and then we can basically demonstrate not just the class but entire different buttons, entire different components basically. So this is going to work pretty well as we move forward. So that's all for this one. In the next one, let us quickly talk about some limitation about our state. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let me quickly talk about two important points when we are utilizing any type of hook. The first thing is you need to mention them at the top at the time of describing these component. So basically here I am utilizing my app component, so I need to describe them at the top itself. We cannot call them inside our function or maybe inside these dynamic expression. We cannot do that. we need to initialize them at the top of our component itself. Make sure you remember this. There will be certain exception, such as we create another custom hook. We can call that and we can utilize this inside that custom hook. But for now, you need to remember that these should be at the top. The other thing is we cannot utilize them, describe them outside the component scope. This is basically the scope that we have. We need to describe them at the top and utilize them in this scope itself. We cannot use it here, we cannot use it outside. Since it's a function, everything will be inside our scope itself. That's all about this quick lecture. I just wanted to give you an idea so you remember these. I just wanted to inform you. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us start our journey with a new section, which is going to be mix of components and props. At this point of time, we are just working with app.js, but we have decent amount of code that we can divide stuff and also add new component. For example, we can add a header here. So I can add a header here and then add my logo as well as some home link. I can do that. Also, maybe I can convert this into a proper card element, that is my task card element. So there can be multiple components here to just solve this trigger. The aim of this section is to mess with things so we can understand more concept. So let's talk about first stuff, that is to add a new component. I know we already discussed about this previously as well, but here I need to talk about props as well in future. So I need to create multiple component and also talk about component tree. So the first stuff that I need to do is I need to create a folder called as components. So inside my source, let's create a components folder and I will add them inside this. So I'm going to first create a header. Let's say header.js. Awesome. And if you remember, we have a shortcut key. I can use RAFC. That is going to give me a ready-made component and with some import of React. With the latest version, we also have access to underscore RFC. That don't give this part. I don't have any problem. So that's it. That's all about our header. What I'm going to do is I am going to remove this div. I'm going to have my header here. Inside this, I'm going to just have my image, which is going to be logo that I need to include. For now, let's say logo. And I'm simply going to have a link tag. That's all. So let's say a tag, and that is going to be the default home. And I'm just going to say home. Otherwise, I'm going to divide them into nav. This is going to be a div here for logo, but let's keep it simple. First thing I need to do is I need to create a assets. Inside this, I need to paste my logo. So I've already copied it. Let me get into my source, my assets, and let me paste it here. Awesome. So I have access to my logo as well. Let me just import it. Since I'm inside my component, let me go back actually and then get into my assets and then my logo.png. Awesome. Now if I get back here, no changes. Why? Well, we haven't included it. So first we need to import our component. So here I should import my header from my current directory, get into my components and then my header. Awesome. Now I can add my header at the top before my h1. I'm going to treat it as a tag. So I need to use my header. Remember, it is going to be self-closing. So I need to use like this. Now let me save, get back here, and you can see it's working fine. So that's how we can include a new component. Now this is done, this is all done, but what about this whole stuff? Can we convert this into a component? Well, yes, we can create a tasks component. Let me create a task list component basically, and I'm going to call this as tasklist.js. Awesome. and RAFC. Great. Now I'm going to distribute all this stuff. So that means I'm not going to keep them here. I'm going to take it. I am going to take everything from here, get inside my return and add it here. I'm going to get an error. So what I'm going to do? Utilize React fragment. Awesome. And that's it. Let me try to import it. Let me try to use my import and have my task list from my components, and then inside that I have my task list. Great, this looks good. Let me try to add it here. Remember, this should have self closing tag. Now if I save this one, I'm going to get error. Why? Well, I have certain task and function here. So that means these tasks and these functions are not defined in this particular component. I need to move them. So let's try to do that. Let's try to play with them. So let me take all of this. Let me pass them here. Or I should say, let me add them here. That's done. So now I have all my stuff here. Let me save. Let me also save this. Okay, I also need to take this app. I also need to take this import. Save. Get back here. Now I have multiple components inside my div. Save. Get back here. Things are working fine. Toggle working. Delete working. Refresh working. Awesome stuff. So that means this is working. Let me also do one stuff. Inside my console, make sure you check that you are going to get an error or not. Nope, there is no error. So if I try to draw a tree, that means my component tree, at the top I have my app, and then inside my app I currently have two components, which is my header and then my task list. I can also add another one. Let's say I have another component. I can have footer. So that means I am going to have a new element inside my tree, which is going to be footer. That's great. Things are working fine and this looks smooth. But Shubham, you were talking about some prop things, some property things. What was that? Well, that is what I want to discuss basically. So we can pass information from one component to another component. At this point of time, you see I removed everything, then paste it here. And maybe in future also I'm going to divide this stuff into component. So how I'm going to do that? There should be a proper format, right? That's where some props come into picture. For demo purpose, let me pass some properties here. Let me say a property name. I am going to create a property and I'm going to call this as title. And let me pass this as a string. Let me say random. So this is the title that I'm trying to pass to my task list. Now this task list has a property inside which there is title. We can access it here. Just like functions, we can access it here. So all you have to do is just utilize props. Remember, by default the name is props. And now I can access this. This is going to be an object and where I am going to have a title. And I can print it here. I can print it, or I want to display, I can display it. Simple. It is going to be dynamic array and I am going to say props dot title. Let me save this one. Get back here. This is random. You see, if I inspect inside my h1, this is the random that we are going to get. Now I can pass multiple items actually. Let's say title, then I have subtitle. Okay, and I'm going to say test this time. And I can access props and then there is another option which is going to be subtitles. Save, get back here. You can see now I also have test. So that means there is some property that we can pass. You can call them anything and you can then fetch them here. So there is some property that we can pass and we can access them inside the next component. This is some basic example. Don't worry, in the next lecture we are going to dive deep with it. I hope you got the base idea what a prop is and how we are going to utilize it. In the next one, let us create a card, our task card, basically convert this into a proper card and reutilize it multiple times along with the properties. Thank you for following and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us work on our component as well as prop furthermore and talk about some complexities and dive deep with props. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a card. I'm going to call this as task card. So each individual task will be represented through a card. That means this is going to be a card, this is going to be a card, this is going to be a card. So I'm going to convert them into a component. Let's say I have task card.js and this is going to be my new component. Now one thing I am going to do is I am going to convert this whole thing. Yep. And it will be here. Awesome. And I now need to import my task card. So let's say import, this is going to be task card from my task card. Great. And I just need to use it here, which is going to be task card and this should be self-closing. Let me save this one. Things are not going to work as it is. Why? Because I have this task card. Inside this task card, I don't have this information about my task basically. So if I get here, I'm going to get an error that I don't have access to this function. I don't have access to this task as well. Well, if you remember, now we have information about properties. I can pass it here. I can just say task equals to, now this is going to be a dynamic value. So I need to utilize my braces and then pass my task. This is a dynamic value, remember. So I'm going to pass this here. I can capture this with the help of props. Now everywhere I'm going to utilize my task, it should be props.task. Let's say props.task here as well. Anywhere else, I just need to utilize it. Let me save, get back here. We have another problem. We don't have access to this function. So for a moment, I am going to take this functionality. Let me save this, get back here. Okay, this is working fine. So I don't have this delete option, but this toggle is there and I have information. So what I just did is I converted this whole thing into a component and I'm passing all the information with the help of properties. In the previous lecture, we passed something through string that was a direct value, hard-coded value. Now we are trying to pass dynamic value. Get here and now we have access to this. Awesome. The other important thing that we need to take care is that we can also pass function, something like this one. So what I have to do is let me give it a name as handle delete itself and it's a dynamic value. I can pass this function and I can access it here. I already have access with the help of props and again I can just call it here with the help of onClick and now I just need to utilize this props dot my handle delete and then my props dot task dot id. Let me save, get back here, refresh, delete. Things are working fine. So that means we can pass manual values, dynamic values, function values as well. Now this prop looks pretty odd. I have this prop, then again there prop and then again prop. To avoid this, we can just destructure them. I know inside the prop we have a object that hold all these value. So why not just access them? So I can access my task and then I can access my handle delete. That's it. So now I don't need to use this props. It will be some normal case. Let me save, get here, refresh. Looks good to me. Okay, awesome. Now there is one problem that we need to work on, that the key is usually passed to the topmost parent. That means we don't need to pass key to our li. That means in the new component, we don't need to do that. We need to pass key to our component now. That means here. So if you observe, currently we are going to get a warning that our key is missing. So let me save this file. I'm going to pass my key here. Let me save, get back here and clear this, refresh. Now you can see I'm not getting any warning. So that's how you are going to play with all the props. Remember this important point, that we can convert anything into a component if it is reusable. If there is some big chunk of code, then do that. Otherwise, it's not important to convert every single important thing into component if we are not utilizing it. Here you can see we can utilize this card maybe in future if our application is designed according to it. Maybe we have other pages as well where we need this card. Then all we have to do is just utilize this card, pass the function, that's it. So that's how things are going to work. Now if you visualize the tree, which is our component tree, we have app, we have header, then we have task list, then we have our imaginary footer. Now inside task list, we also have task card now, and we are also passing some props that can be accessed in our task card. Awesome. This gave us an idea that how our app is increasing in size and how we can divide stuff in future as well. One thing you need to remember, these components are great way to reuse all this stuff. Otherwise, just dividing them makes no sense. So that's all for this lecture. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us talk about component child, or I should say children. So that means we can pass some stuff that is going to behave as child for a particular component. Okay, let's not make this complex, but first let us create a component so we can experiment this stuff. What I want to do right now is I want to show 3 boxes here. One will be about our success, warning as well as alert. They should be there. So what I want to do is I just want to show them. So I already have the code. I'm going to have a div and I'm going to hold them as class box. Let me give them some information. So I'm going to have information about a p tag with the class of title. Let's say lorem 5. Awesome. And then I am going to have a p tag with a class of description. Awesome. Let's say lorem 10. If I save here, get back, you can see now we have a card. And if I get back, add a success class, get back here, you can see it's pretty much visible. Let me do something similar. Let me do it again. And this time I have a box but with warning. Save, get back. You can see again I need to do something similar, but this time with alert. Save, get back. You can see it's there. Or maybe I need some other heading. Maybe here I have heading as lorem 4. And here I have some heading as lorem 2. Save. You can see it's different for all now. I can have some other information here as well. Lorem 20. Save. Get back here. You can see I have different information now. This is great, but I was discussing something related to component child, right? What if I convert this into a component? Yes, I can do that. So I'm going to create a new class and I'm going to call this as box card, alert card, something like this. For now, I'm going to just say alert card.js, or if you want to give a general name, then box card is better. Box card.js, and it's a box card now. And I am going to have a div with my class as box, but no content here. That's it. Save. Now let me import this box card. Remember, everything I'm doing is inside my task list. So I'm going to import my box card from my box card. Awesome. And here, instead of this div, I can utilize box card as an element tag basically. So I can use my box card. Yep, it is going to have a opening and closing tag, and between this I can pass this information. Let's take this, pass this information, and I don't need this now. I don't need this. Now this is going to work as children for this box card. So ultimately this will be passed from here. It will get here and then we will paste here. Let me explain this, but I also need to pass my class name. Basically, if I'm going to have warning, alert or success. So all I have to do is I can utilize it as a parameter. So I'm going to say result if it's a success or not. So if it's a success, let's pass success and all this information. What we are going to do now inside box card, we are going to access prop, and prop now going to have two information. The first information is my result. The second information, these children. So I have access to result, and then I also have access to this children. And now if I want to utilize these both paragraph, I can just say children. Yep, that's it. And also if I need to pass a new class name, I can utilize this result. But how I'm going to pass it here? No worries. What we can do, convert this into JavaScript. Now inside JavaScript, if I want to pass a text as well as some dynamic content, I can use, remember, backtick. Yep, I can utilize that. And for normal text, I'm going to say box. But here, if I need to pass some dynamic content, I can use $, open and closing curly braces, and here I can pass this text. Remember, if you read about string during JavaScript, this was important. So let me save, get back here. This is still working. Let me try to replicate this. Let me try to have a box. Now currently you don't see much value about this because everything is similar. We just have 2 lines of code. But what if we upgrade this? What if we have more complex code? Then this is going to work really well. Let's take an example. Let's take example of box card here. Open and close. Now my result is going to be different. This time my result is maybe warning. And here I have big result. I have a p tag first for title. And then I have another p tag with description. And then I have another p tag. This time just normal p. Let me save, get back here. You can see this is working fine. So now things are different. Now here I had simple 2 paragraph. Here I have 3. Maybe in future I have some other content, a image, a button or something else. So basically what I am doing is I am playing with this whole component. Now why I have this component? Firstly, to explain you concept of children. The second thing is to make you explain how you can pass different values along with text. And the other thing is that we can define custom state for this component as well. So maybe I want to have a close button. So all I have to do is define a state and I can hide it. Don't worry, let me explain. Let's say const, I can have show, set show. I can use my state. By default, it's true. Great. Import is done. And again, I am going to create a button. But before that, let me cover everything into fragment. So I have this div. Awesome. And here I'm simply going to create a button. Let me give it a class as trigger itself. And here I'm going to say hide. Also on click, I am going to pass my set show. and I'm going to just reverse it, whatever the current state is. Let me save, get back here. Now each individual box currently have its own button, this hide button. Currently it's not going to do anything because we haven't added any functionality, we are just reversing true and false. But now I can add condition that if this is true, we are going to visualize it, otherwise we are going to hide it. How? Well, we can add the condition with the help of conditional rendering. But there are other ways by which we can understand this. We can utilize this show true value to actually utilize some CSS. Let me give you an example. What if this is a div and it's a closing div, and let's say class name here, and I can use ternary operator. If show is true, then nothing. Otherwise, if show is false, then I'm going to say hidden. And hidden has a display property of none. Looks good to me. Let me save, get back here. Now if I click on hide, you can see that's gone. Hide, you can see this is gone. Instead of hide, I can also use close or something else. But I hope you got the idea. That means with each individual component, I hold my own state. Component box 1 currently have its own show state. Component box 2 holds its own state. So that means these states are independent and don't depend on, like the state for this one doesn't have anything related to this. It's independent for this particular section and the other one is for this section. I hope you got the idea why we divide things into component and why these children are important. Now I can play with it. So that's it. That's all. If I refresh, things will be back, but now I have option to hide it. Things look good. I can also take this button actually and I can add it inside my box itself. So things will be better. Remember, this part is coming from here. Rest we can add our own content for each box that can be common. So refresh. Now this hide button is common for all. So that's all for this lecture. I hope you got the idea how to utilize children, why each individual component is important, because they have their own state and it is independent. Also make sure we have these two important things. The first one is that we can utilize ternary operator to hide stuff. Also we have the other option to hide stuff with the help of CSS. We have option related to conditional rendering, but there will be certain stage where you will require this method. And we can use our JavaScript concept to add normal text as well as dynamic content. So that's all. I hope you got the idea. Thank you for following and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now before ending this section, I want to talk about a concept called as prop drilling. Now with drill you can understand that we are going to dig inside something. Well, what is this and why you should know about this right now? So basically we create some prop and pass this information from one component to another, to another and to another. So that's basically drill from one part to another part to another part. What if here I create a maybe use state or some type of component or maybe just hard-coded stuff, pass it to task list, access here as a prop, and then later on also pass it to maybe task card, access here in the task card, and then maybe display it here or maybe pass again to another component from here. This is basically passing some data from one component to another to another to another. Basically we are passing a prop and that's why we call it as prop drilling. Let's try this stuff. Let's say I have a const, let's say info, some random variable name, and let's text is random. Okay, and here I pass this prop info which is dynamic info. Awesome. I'm going to have this inside my task list. Get here. Now inside my task list I can just destructure my props, call this as info. If I want I can use it here. I can just console log or maybe I just want to display, I can display that, but I also want to pass it here. Let's say info and info. Then again I can get here and I can access it, info, and maybe if I want to display, let's say info. If I save, get back here, you can see this random is everywhere now. So that's how you can do prop drilling. Now you can in this stage you can also change the name. Maybe here I change it to XYZ. I access it here XYZ, and maybe later at the time of passing again I change it to something else, maybe ABC. Then in further stage I am going to access it as ABC, and then let me try to print as ABC. Save, get back here, you can see it's still working. So that's how prop drilling work, but usually if this happens we hold a similar name, we don't hold different names. So if we have a name something, if we have a title, we have some number, we have some state, yes we can have some state, and we keep on passing from one component to other. So that's all, I just wanted to give you an idea about this concept. Make sure to just look at your component tree, you will get better visual idea. The aim of this lecture was that this creates a problem. In future we will be talking about state management. So basically what happens is this creates a problem because we go through multiple stage, we go through multiple component. So it create a problem, we try to find out a centralized solution, and later on I will be discussing about that. But for now you just need to understand that there exists a prop drilling concept. This is possible, things work fine, but as soon as we have more and more components, as soon as our application increase its size, this gets complicated, and then later on we try to find a better efficient solution. For now we should use it as a beginner, later on we will talk about other stuff. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let us talk about styling. Till now we have discussed about some CSS here and there, but now we are going to have a dedicated section around it. So we can explore all type of method and understand all possible mistakes that we can do. The first thing that we already discussed earlier as well, that we have two default style sheets or CSS part, which is my index.css and my app.css. By default, we assume that index.css is global CSS. That means we are going to store all type of styling related to components or related to elements that will be available everywhere. Then we have app.css, which is basically a component CSS for our app. Now there are a lot of things that we need to change and a lot of things that we need to discuss around CSS and the HTML structure, that how we write our project or component. So let me get here. Now one thing you need to remember, that all type of CSS that we are trying to create, it can be component, it can be this app, it can be index, all type of CSS will be available on our web page. That means if I get here, click on inspect, get inside my head, scroll down a bit, you can see all type of CSS. This one is maybe from my index.css and this one is from app.css. If I create few others, maybe for my components, they will be here as well. So that means if I add some design to my h1 in my index, in my app and in my component, every style will be applied and whichever comes the last will override the previous one. So all of them will be here. Make sure you remember this. There is some restriction that we can apply and we are going to talk about it later as we move forward in this section. So let's talk about index, which is basically our global style sheet. We are going to refer it. The other point that I want to mention, that there is no rule from React official. Yep. All of these rules that we are going to talk about this whole CSS, there are few basic rules that are from React official, but mostly are opinionated by the community itself. So there are certain companies that started following one pattern, then it was picked up by a big part of community, so they started following, and similarly some freelancers started following that particular pattern. So that's how this whole general structure was created. Otherwise, you don't need to keep them inside component folder. Even if you keep them any other name for this particular folder, things are going to work fine, because at the end of the day, you are just importing them. So if the folder name is different, you just need to write that different folder. But the entire community started using this particular folder name, so everyone is using. That's how things follows. So let's get here, which is our index.css, our global style sheet. One thing we point that this will be available to all our components. We assume that. The other thing is for what we need to use it. So there are 5 main use cases that I want to focus on. The first one, all type of fonts that we import should be here. So every component, every element can access it. The second one is about all our icons that we try to import. It can be bootstrap icon or any other icon, maybe font awesome icon, anything else. We are going to add it here. Then there are variables that we use, our CSS variable. So maybe we are following some type of theme. So there will be theme color. There will be certain default colors that we use in our app. It can be about delete button, success button, something like this. So we usually create variables here. Don't worry, I'm going to talk about practical examples in a minute, but this is the third one. The fourth one is the common pre-settings that we want to apply, something like this. The pre-setting for my font family or the pre-setting for my margin and padding. So I want to apply on all the elements. So all the pre-settings. Then there are element level settings. So like I want my default button should be something like this one. So I can mention it here for my button, specifically for my button or for my H1, something like this I can mention here. And maybe if I need to change anything here inside my task card, if I need to change that button, I can specify that particular setting inside my task card component CSS basically. So these 5 things will be mentioned here. Let me delete for now and include all of the 5. The first one, my font imports. So maybe I want to utilize my Google font and I want to specifically use this Roboto font or maybe Poppins. So all I have to do is select this one, and then I just need to select the properties that I require. So I have already selected all of them, I guess, except this one. Let me select this, and here you will have option to just view all the selected properties. So I have a font Poppins and then all the selected one. Basically what type of font weight I need, what type of style I need. Once that is done, I can either link it or I can import it. So I just need to copy this one, get back here, and here you can see I can just paste it. So that means here I have imported my font. The second thing, if you remember, I said about icons. So for example, I am going to use Bootstrap icons, and here you can click on install. There are multiple options, but here we are talking about CSS, so you have option for import. You can just copy this one and get back here. So this is our second import, which is about our icons. The next thing, you can focus on variables. So basically variables are common settings that you are going to utilize again and again, common values basically. So variables are basically common values that you are going to utilize again and again. It can be color, it can be other values in terms of numbers or any other value. So for example, I need a quick variable for my this value regarding my border. So I'm utilizing it here. I'm utilizing at my header itself. So it's a border color that I prefer for now, just random case. So I can just have a variable. Usually it is theme. We create a theme and then have a structure like my theme background will be this, my common theme icon will be this. So when we need to change the theme, we just say change 4-5 colors here. So I'm going to say just my theme border will be this. So in future, if I want to change the border color inside my app, it will be preferred here. So if I change here, everywhere I'm utilizing this theme color will be replaced. So if I want to use it, I can copy it here. All I have to do is you remove this and I can use my var and then paste it. Let me save this one, get back here, save this one, visit to my web page. You can see the border is still valid. Similarly, I need to paste it here for my footer that I'm currently not utilizing, but let me paste it here. If I need to change the border for all of them, I just need to change this particular variable. Let me create one more so it's easy for us to utilize them later. Let's say for buttons, since we are utilizing few buttons here and there, this delete one, this toggle one, same color, so I can utilize it. I can just scroll up, I can just use this color, get here. It can be anything. You can give a name like theme red or just red, something like this, blue, any name you can give here. I am just utilizing theme button, theme border, since I have a habit to create entire theme. So let's say it is var and I just need to paste it. Now if I am utilizing anywhere else, I can just paste them. Okay, let me save, get back here. Awesome, these are still working. Great, so you can create more values in terms of variable. Now the next one is our common setting. Now there are few common settings that I prefer and I can just copy paste them if I want, or I can just say here, something like my margin and padding should be 0. Let's say margin 0 pixel, then padding 0 pixel. Then I have a habit to use box sizing, which is going to be border box. Then there is one common setting that I want to apply, which is my font family, and this one is going to be Poppins. So if I get here, which we recently selected, if you scroll down, you just need to copy paste this. So this gave us access to our font family information. So if by any chance Poppin is not going to work, maybe this URL is broken, or maybe the server of Google is down, we switch to default one, which is already available with our browser. Okay, I can have other one. I can have something like text decoration should be none, list style should be none, something like this. So I can mention them here. Now the other one which I talked about, the last one, is element level setting. There can be several element and common element that you are going to utilize, like a default button that should be followed everywhere, or something related to li or a tag. You can add these settings here. With default button, what I mean by default button here is that at this point of time, suppose if I remove this class from my button will look something odd. It's odd right now. So I can have a default setting that will be applied to all button, but this setting will be overwritten if I add any type of class. So for example, I can create a default button here and I can say that padding at the top should be 5 pixel and on left and right should be 10 pixel, and then there should be no border, let's say 0 pixel. Then the border radius should be 5 pixel. I can have cursor should be pointer, and I can also add a default color, let's say background color something dark. Let's choose this one only, or something different, maybe this one. And I can also have this color which is white. Let me save. So if by any chance I am going to use this default button, it is going to be this, but maybe I have a specific requirement which is delete, I am going to override the default button. So that's how this is going to work. So I can have this default button that will be applied to all the element. There can be other thing as well that we are going to utilize on all of our application, like this a tag. I want all my a tag with the text decoration as none and their color should be black by default, something like this a tag. I want all of them to be black and none. Later on, if I need different color, I can change them inside my components. Then there can be li. So I want the list style should be none. No matter what, I need them none. Why? Otherwise you see that dots here when you work with li tags. I don't want them, so list style should be none. So that's how we are going to work with global setting. There are 5 major things and that's all I have discussed. Now in the next lecture, what we are going to do is we are going to talk about how to properly structure things and also discuss about component related CSS. So for each one of them, we are going to create CSS that should be applied to them. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. So in the previous lecture, we discussed about index.css. Now we need to understand about components. It can be app itself is a component. Then as we move towards our tree elements, it can be task list, then task card, and few others. So the first thing we need to understand how a web page is structured. So if I talk about a website, you will see some header. So there will be a header. Then the entire website is covered with main, and then we are going to have footer. Now main is divided into multiple sections and then division, which is div and section. Also header is also divided into divs and navigation bar and other things as well. So it's important to follow some type of HTML structure. If I talk about this is our header right now. If you just see, I have covered this inside my header. Let me get here, get into inspect. And if you observe inside my app, what I did is this is header. Now why this is important? Well, it's easy for browser as well as search engine as well as our entire developer community to understand that okay, if this is a header, this should be some top part. If I say if this is a nav, if I'm using a nav tag, that means it is going to be menu. So it's easy for us to understand things. So that's why this is important, and you need to take care about this. Then all of this should be inside main actually. Then if I'm using a footer, it should have a footer tag. So we are going to discuss about this right now and also apply some type of CSS. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a new component. Let's say footer.js, and let me do RFC. Now what I'm going to do is I'm simply going to have a footer tag. Now this is going to be the parent element, so everything will be inside it. I'm simply going to take a p tag and let's say 2030 copyright or something like and let's say task mate. If I save this one, now I need to include this footer. So let me import it here. Let me say import footer from basically my components. Awesome. And then I just need to add it after task list. Let me save here, get back. You can see now I have a footer. Remember, I'm utilizing 125%. So that means if I go back to original pixels, it will be different. Something like this. I'm using 1000 pixel right now. It's recommended to have 1200 pixel. Since I'm recording lecture, I am trying to zoom it a bit here and there every time. What I mean by 1000 pixel, my width, max width actually. Everywhere it's 1000 right now. So here you can see the difference. One big change, now we have a footer. Awesome. Now let's talk about the structure that I was talking about. For my header, I have this. For my footer, I have this. Now whatever all the elements that you are going to have in the middle, try to have them inside some type of section so you can refer them. So let's say you have a task list section, or if it's a small division, it can be a div. You will understand as you work. For example, this card is not a section. You are not going to call this as a section. You are not going to define this. But if you have this whole application where you know this is header, this is footer, you can keep this inside your main or your section or your division. Just cover this into something so you can refer this with a name. At this point of time, we have everything inside this whole fragment. So we cannot apply a class, we cannot call this with some type of name, and that's the problem. It is recommended to cover this. So for now, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to create a div for them, and ultimately my aim is to apply a class. So at the end of the day, if I want to specifically refer any type of element inside this, I can say okay, go to this class, let's say class name as task list, go to this class task list and then select the h1. At this point of time, we are referring h1 here. For suppose I am applying this type of font size or something, it is applied to all of them. Maybe if I have here on my top, on my header, on my footer, any other component, it will be applied there. But now we have covered this component with a class, we can change things. We can say instead of h1, it will be dot task list h1. So it will be applied to this particular component only. I hope this will help you to understand things. Now, if you know it's a section, then call this as a section. It is not going to differ much, but it will help you to divide things into section and division. Division can be any small part inside a section. So you can call them anything. Okay, let's say these are section and I am referring to task list h1. Awesome, this is better. Now I need to do this with everything else. For example, I am currently applying some type of setting for my IMG, but the problem here is you can see it will be applied to every IMG. So it is recommended that if you have a specific IMG, give it a class name and then define it. Let's say this is a logo. So at the end of the day, you can mention that, okay, for logo, apply this width as 40 pixel. So in future, if you are utilizing any type of other image, you are not going to get troubled. Let me remove this for now since I need to cover a few other examples. Okay, I hope you got the idea. So that's done. That's about our section that we covered. Okay, this is covered, and here I need to provide a class name to my card basically. Now I cannot create a second class name. Remember, it will override the first one. So what I need to do is I need to utilize my JavaScript concept. Since I can cover them with backticks, and this standalone will itself be a JavaScript part. So I'm going to cover this here and add a dollar symbol. Okay, and the first class that I want to add is my task card. Awesome, or let's just say card or task card, something like this. So let me save. So the first class that will be applied will be task card, and then this will be evaluated and whatever we get in return will be applied. Let me get back here. Yep, it's still the same. So that's how we need to structure things. Now if you divide them into divs, there will be a different type of structure. Now if you have multiple items, suppose here maybe you have other item, currently it's task list, it can be something else, it can be a section about banners, it can be a section about some featured product on your website. So what it is recommended is to keep all of them into main. We have header, we have main, and then we have footer in term of HTML structure. So it is recommended to cover them with main. So let me remove that for now, since we only have one. That's great. Now let me jump on to my component CSS. I want to clear this app.css and divide stuff into components. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to close all of them, and here let me create their individual CSS. So let's start with the smallest unit, which is my task card. So I'm going to say task card.css. There are two ways that you can follow naming. Either use as it is the name that we have for our component. Instead of JS, just use CSS, or camel case. So you can just go with task card, something like this. Now these are opinionated. These are not by default from React. Ultimately we need to import this CSS here at the top. So these are opinionated and can differ from company to company or wherever you are working. So you just need to go with the slash and then task card.css, something like this. Awesome. Now let's apply all these CSS. For example, this delete one or any other for our li as well inside our task card. So first thing I need to do is open my app.css and also minimize this one, get this on side and take it. What I need to take, I need to take this li, add it here. I need to take these li's as well, take it here, and I need to take this button as well. Let me take it here. Awesome, I don't need anything else. Let me save this app. For now, let me close this, get here. So let me apply my dot task card here. So that means this is a particular li tag with class task card, something like this li tag with class task card, or you can cover this into a div and then call this div as task card. Anything will work. So let me take this, also apply it here. Let me talk about the div one, so that will be easy for you to understand. Let's say I have a div get my li inside that. Let me save and then call this as task card. I'm trying to juggle everything. So we have experience. So what I'm going to have is now task card then li. This is my task card and inside that I have li, and then I need to go with the dot task card, then my again li, then again my dot task card li, and then dot task card li. So let me save this one, get back here. You can see all the cards are still working fine. Everything is working fine right now. Awesome. So that's how you can structure stuff. We have created a division to keep everything intact. Now let me remove this. We don't require this actually now. Yep, it's still working. So that's the first CSS part that we created for a component. Close the task card. We have bigger whale, which is our task list. Let me create a task list.css part. Again, I need to open my app.css, keep it on the right side. And what is task list? I have a h1. Remember, for task list we already covered things into section with the name task list. Awesome. So here we have our h1, dedicated h1. Then we have few other things that are dedicated to task list only, which is our ul tag, then this button itself, and it should work only inside our task list. And then we have our box. Now what we want to do, if we want to keep this box open to all, then I'm going to keep it inside my app, or if this should be available only to task lists, depend on our decision. So I'm going to keep this inside my app. So if any other object create any other component here utilize this box, it should work fine. Okay, so that's the important decision. And then this hidden is going to work with all. Okay, great. So we only have these two. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, add it here and add it here. Let me fix their format. That's great. So we have divided stuff. Let me clean this one now. Okay, yeah. Now the other few that are remaining is my header and my footer. Let me also create them. Inside this, let me create a new file, header.css, and also my footer.css. Awesome. Let me get them here. Should be simple. For header I have direct tag, which is my header, and then there is a image. So what I can do is this image is inside my header as well. Let's say any image inside my header. Now remember, we need to import them. So get into my header first and let's say import header.css. Awesome. This is done basically. And the other one here is going to be for my footer, which is a simple one. Let's take this, paste it here, and inside my footer, let's say import footer.css. Let me save, close all of them. Make sure you also import for your task list. So let's say import /task list.css. Awesome. Get back here. Everything is still working fine. Let me refresh. Yep. So that's how things are going to work. Now we have divided everything into proper component based system. All our component tasks as well as all our CSS. You can see that's how it is going to work. Now there is one thing that is still remaining, which is our box. So we have option, either we can take this specifically box component CSS and add it inside a component. If you get here inside task list, we have this box card, and here we have applied that particular box class. Let's do that. Let's say box card.css. All I have to do is just copy paste because this is properly arranged by default. Take it, paste it, format it. That's it. Let me save, get back here, remove this, save, take this main if we are using, it should be inside our index, get it here, save, close, save. Awesome. And I need to import it here. So all I have to do is import my slash box card.css. Save, get back here, refresh, box is still working fine. So that's how you need to divide stuff with the help of your components. Remember, the scope of all of them are still global. For example, if by any chance inside any of them I say anything like maybe for button, maybe if I try to say button and I say width as 500 pixel, it will be applied to all of them because the scope of this CSS is global. Get here, you can see the width is increased and they are in limit form because I have applied maximum width to their upper parent. But if you observe and if you scroll down inside my head, you can see all of these CSS are applied and these are global. If I open this one, this is the app.css basically, but this is my root from my index, then the header, then I have footer, then I have task card, then I have box. You can see this button is making all of them 500 pixel. That means it's global and CSS can still be accessed. We attach this dot box so it is restricted to this box only. For example, now we have for this box only. Rest everything is working fine, but now we have them for this box. I can override them for better things like the default property is applied, which is the color, the font color, which is the background color, the font color, but I can add certain other properties like this width or maybe margin top, something like this. I can have 20 pixel. Now the margin top is overwritten from the previous one. So I can do that. I can override to have the default setting as well as the new one. Let's say 300 pixel for this one and look, and this is fine. So that's all for this one. In the next one, let us talk about inline CSS or inline styling. Thank you for following and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now let's talk about how to apply inline CSS. What I mean by it. So if you know that when we are working with HTML and CSS, we have option to use style to apply inline CSS. Well, yep, we can still do that. All we have to do is use style and then we have option to pass something dynamic, and then inside this we need to pass an object with key and value pair. So that means if you need to pass an object, you need to have open and closing curly braces and then the key and value pair. Remember, the first one are to pass the dynamic expression inside our JSX. The next one are basically for our object. Okay, and then we need to pass key and value pair. So suppose I have this h1, I want to add any type of CSS property, I can do that. Maybe I want to apply some border thing, maybe some other color, I can do that. Let's say color, this is my key, and then I need to provide the value. Let's use red, so I have copied already hash and then the color. Let me save, get back here, you can see it's applied. So that means we are currently applying two properties. The first one is basically from our task list CSS and it is applying all of them, but I'm also applying the inline CSS which is for my color. Now if I need to apply anything else, I can just add a comma and apply the other properties. For example, let's say border, and here I can provide the property for border, let's say 1 pixel solid and some type of color. I can use this for now only, and if I save, get back here, you can see now we have a border as well. Let's try to provide a padding. I can add another key value pair and let's say it's 20 pixel. So it's clearly visible that we are applying some change. Get back here, you can see the 20 pixel. So that's how we can provide inline CSS. Now you might have a problem reading this, so it's easy to divide stuff into multiple lines. You are going to see this a lot, that these stuffs are divided either into line, or we can take this, we can create a constant basically, let's say const style cons styles. Let's save this. Let's have something like this. So what we created is we basically created an object, stored this inside our styles, and now I can just pass this because it's a variable, and here I am passing inside my dynamic CSS. Let me save. You can see everything is still visible. So that's how we can apply stuff. It's an awesome way, easy way basically to apply any type of CSS or anything else inline. Either to create an object properly and apply them directly, or just have this object here itself. So I hope you got the idea. Let me keep it here only so you can copy paste later. Now before moving to next one, I want to make you understand about one rule, which is that we cannot use dash for our key value pair. For example, I cannot say border radius. Nope, I cannot say this. Something like this. I cannot pass this. Because for JavaScript, remember we are inside object which is JavaScript. For JavaScript, this is a minus symbol. So to overcome this, you will see we are going to use camel case, which is border radius. If I save, you can see now we have border radius. So this is pretty common. We have been following this during our class name, the camel case thing. You can see we have this here as well. And we also try to utilize names with camel case. So similarly, instead of this minus radius, we need to use camel case. For other name as well, it can be about our font size. So if I need to apply something related to font size, I need to use font size. Let's say 28 pixels, so it's clearly visible. Let me save, get back here. Oh, we are overwriting. So not just with border radius, but with other properties as well. It can be about font size, border color, if we are applying that individually, or any other property. So that's all about our inline style. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now in this specific lecture, I want to discuss about dynamic CSS as well as dynamic class name. Now if you remember, with ternary operator we applied it. With our cards. Let me open this one. Here you can see I have a specific condition I'm going to evaluate. It can be direct a true and false value boolean like this here, or we can compare it with something like we can compare if this is the particular number, if this is greater than this, we are going to apply this, otherwise not. So we have this condition, but the end result should be true and false. Here we are going to get something like true. This is true, we are going to apply this. If this is false, we are going to apply this. This is basically dynamic class name. But what if I need to apply dynamic inline CSS? We can do that. Let me close this unwanted thing. And here what I can do is I can add a dynamic class name. Something like if we have show as true, then I'm going to say green. Otherwise I'm going to say maybe red, which is the current one. So either I can have a box color property, or I can just apply it. But if I need to apply this, I need to utilize backticks and everything else. So I'm going to remove this from here, and I'm going to add a property. Let's say border color. So it is going to be border color, and I am going to use JavaScript basically here. So I don't need to use open and curly braces now, because I am inside some JavaScript content only. If I am inside JSX, I need to use these curly braces. I can say if show is true, I need to have a particular color, otherwise not. So if show is true, then I will have green, otherwise I am going to have red. So this is going to be for red. It should be inside quotes. Yep. Let me have green. So task. So let me copy the green and add it here. Let's say hash. Yep, this one. Let me paste. Get back here. Okay, we added some border color. Let me go with the 2 pixels so it's visible. 2. Yeah. So if I toggle, you can see it's green, toggle red, toggle green, toggle red. Let me also go with my font color as well. So this font, let's move with the condition like this. Save, get back here. toggle. You can see now it's working. These colors are changing. So that's how we can do this. We can not just with this whole thing, we can do this with button as well. So that's how we are going to operate stuff. But I wanted to give you an idea that you can include dynamic inline CSS. Also, we have already discussed about this. We can also evaluate the dynamic class as well, class name as well. I hope you got the idea. Now here you can evaluate your toggle term. So yep, you can evaluate that. I am going to use open and closing braces. I am going to have show. So if this is true, that means show is true, so it's visible. I am going to hide, and otherwise I am going to say show. Save, get back here. I have option to hide, I have option to show. Hide, show. Remember what I did? Now here, if show is true, that means everything is visible. I need a button to hide, so I add a button to hide. If show is false, that means everything is hidden. I need a button to show. So when this is false, I'm going to have a button to show. This is great. I hope you got the idea. We can control everything dynamically. Hide, show, hide, show. Okay, I hope you got the idea. That's all for this one. And in the next one, let us talk about scope related to our CSS. Thank you for following, and I see you guys in the next one. Hey there, welcome back. Now till now we have been applying any type of CSS except the inline one, any type of CSS class, the CSS file, it's available globally. That means indirectly it's here. No matter what we do, we try to add some class name, anything else, but it's available right now. I hope you got the idea what I'm trying to say. It's there. So what's the solution? What we can do to avoid this? The scope is available to all of them. No matter what I can write something here, it will be available to other stuff. Let's say I have something like for button. If you remember, we did this example. If I create a h1 here, it will be applied to all of them because the scope is not restricted. So how we can tackle them? Well, we use CSS module and then specify this for a particular component to restrict the scope. Let's understand this with an example. Best thing we can do is get into task card because we have a lot of stuff to explore. So I can create a module for that. Let's say new file, and I'm going to say task card dot module dot css. Yep, that's the name. It should be your dot module dot css. Now if I create this one, here I can apply styles to my ID or my class name. So if I am working with any specific class name, let's say this one, give it a class name as title for some reason. Okay, so now we have a class name as title. So let's say I have this title, get here, and let's try to apply to my title as well. Let's have background color. I'm just trying to apply something that is easily visible, some odd blue for no reason. And yep, and that is done. We have applied some type of CSS. Now we need to import it. We need to import this CSS from our task card.modules.css. So the first thing you need to do is, it's not the regular one now. We go with import. We call it as styles. You can call it anything, but I'm going to call this as styles because that is quite general. From, and then I need to mention from where. It is going to be my task card dot module dot css. Now here I have access to this style. Now if I want to apply anywhere else, instead of title, what I'm going to say here is, remember this is dynamic now, so I'm going to say styles dot title. I know it is getting confusing, but I want to show you the entire example and then focus on individual part. So if I save this one, get back here, you can see I have a background. I took this odd color so it's visible. Let me try to take other color, and that is easy to eyes. Okay, let's take something light. save. You can see it's visible. We have this blue color in the background. So that means this is working. This title is applied here to our span. But this should be also global, right? If I add this title anywhere else, let's go with any type of other text. Inside my header, I have this A. Let me add the class name title. Let me save, get back here. It's not blue. The background is not blue. So how this is working? Well, here is the trick. If I get here, get into the inspect, we have some other class name. We applied title, but here you can see it's task card underscore title and then some random number and alphabets. But if I go here, get into inspect, it's title only. How things are working? It's confusing to me. We applied title, it's working here, but not here. Also, let me try to open my style. What is happening? Here we applied title, but now it is task card underscore title or something. So when we work with module.css, things are not as simple. Our class name is converted into some unique name. It will be converted according to our module, which is task card underscore whatever the CSS we are using. It is converted according to the component. We have task card component, so we have converted the name of our property into task card, which is our component, then the class name that we are applying, and then some random alphabet and numbers. So this is going to be unique to this particular component only. So the scope is limited. Even if I use this title anywhere else like this, nothing is going to happen because the scope is now limited to my task card. Now if I import this inside my task card, I have access to all these styles, which is my title or anything else. And then if I want to apply title anywhere else, I can just say styles.title. Now it can be any other property if I want to apply. It is going to work in similar way. I hope you got the idea of what we just did. We restricted the scope of our CSS. Now this CSS can only be utilized by our task card. Even if we apply to header, it is not going to work. It will work inside our card itself. Make sure you remember this. Till now we have been utilizing different properties with CSS, but these were global. Now finally we restricted this with our component. Remember, this only works with class and IDs. This class and ID. If I say button or something like this, for example, if I say this to span, let's say span and have some background color or anything else, it will be applied to all. That means it will not be converted with some magic name or number. Copy and paste here, save here, get back here. You can see this span is span. But if I have some title or anything else, let's say something like ID here. Let's give ID name random. Let me save, get back here, open this one. Now this random is converted into task card underscore random underscore something. So it is converted into something unique that is specifically to our component. That's it for CSS. We tried all type of experiment. Ultimately, we will build habit and try to use all of them except inline. I don't like inline basically. I try to avoid it. I either go with the component one. It's much easier for me to maintain them. Or if our project is small, I keep everything inside my app. If a project is big, I divide them into component. Also, if I want to maintain the scope, I use module, but I avoid inline totally. I use dynamic class names. Yep, I use them, but not the inline one like this. I don't use them. I try to avoid them. I hope you got the idea. That's all, and I see you guys in the next one.